William the Conqueror, the bastard who conquered England. A bastard child in a violent world. The wind arrives first. Long before kings raise banners, before armies gather beneath embroidered standards, before arrows darken the October sky over southern England, there is only the wind moving across the cliffs of Normandy. It whistles through rough grass that bends like waves upon an ancient sea. It rattles wooden shutters on lonely farmhouses. It carries the smell of damp earth, burning oak, wet horses, and the salt of the English Channel, that narrow strip of water separating two worlds that are about to become one. Tonight, imagine standing there. The moon hangs behind drifting clouds, silver light breaking across stone churches, scattered villages, and forests that seem endless in the darkness. Somewhere nearby a wolf calls into the night. Dogs answer nervously from distant farms before falling silent again. It is the early 11th century. Europe is not peaceful. It rarely is. Kings die suddenly. Dukes are murdered by their own cousins. Noblemen swear eternal loyalty in the morning and betray one another before supper. Castles are still uncommon, roads are dangerous, and justice often depends upon who owns the largest collection of armored men with very sharp swords. It is a world where surviving childhood is an achievement. And becoming king. Well, that almost sounds like fantasy. Especially if you happen to be born a bastard. Now today, the word carries little legal meaning. It may sound insulting, old-fashioned, perhaps something from a Shakespeare play. But in medieval Europe it followed a person like a permanent shadow. It shaped how others saw you before you ever spoke a word. It closed doors before you reached them. A bastard inherited suspicion. A bastard inherited whispers. A bastard inherited enemies. Every introduction carried the same unspoken sentence. Not truly legitimate. Not entirely worthy. Not quite one of us. Imagine spending your entire life hearing that message repeated, not necessarily aloud, although sometimes quite loudly, but through every sideways glance, every political negotiation, every carefully chosen smile hiding private contempt. And then imagine deciding that you will answer every insult by conquering an entire kingdom. Because that is William's story. Not simply William the Conqueror. Not merely William, Duke of Normandy. But William the Bastard. A nickname that followed him for decades before history politely replaced it with something more flattering. History often prefers winners. Calling someone the Conqueror sounds grand. Calling him the Bastard reminds everyone how unlikely his rise truly was. So tonight, let us forget the polished portraits painted centuries later. Forget the statues. Forget the castles turned into tourist attractions. Forget the neat lines inside school textbooks that compress entire lifetimes into a paragraph or two. Instead, let us travel backward. Back before Hastings. Back before crowns. Back before England. Back to a frightened child whose survival seemed almost impossible. Because William's greatest victory may not have been defeating King Harold on Senlac Hill. It may have been surviving long enough to get there. History has an amusing habit of making greatness appear inevitable. Once we know how a story ends, every earlier event begins to resemble destiny. Of course Caesar would rule Rome. Of course Napoleon would become emperor. Of course William would conquer England. Except, no. Nothing about William's early life suggested success. Quite the opposite. If you had asked the nobles of Normandy during his childhood whether this illegitimate boy would someday become one of the most powerful rulers in Europe, they might have laughed so hard that they spilled their wine across the banquet table. And medieval wine stains were terribly inconvenient. Not because anyone particularly minded stained clothing, but because laundry was exhausting and soap was not exactly luxurious. History rarely mentions such practical inconveniences. Perhaps it should. Real people worried about muddy boots, spoiled grain, sick livestock, aching backs, and cold winters just as much as they worried about politics. Sometimes more. Most peasants in Normandy never imagined England. Many would never travel farther than a day's walk from the village where they were born. Their world consisted of fields, forests, churches, family, and seasons repeating endlessly. Spring planting, summer labor, autumn harvest, winter survival. Kings might change, taxes might rise, wars might come and go, but wheat still needed planting. Cows still wandered away. Children still cried through the night. Life continued. It is important to remember that while we tell stories about rulers, history was always lived by ordinary people. When William was born around the year 1028, somewhere in Normandy, Europe itself remained deeply uncertain. The Viking Age had not entirely faded into memory. Indeed, William's own ancestors had once terrified these same coastlines. Only a few generations earlier, longships sliced across northern seas carrying Scandinavian warriors whose arrival was usually accompanied by fire, screaming, and an extremely unfortunate decline in local property values. The French king had eventually reached a practical conclusion. If you cannot defeat the Vikings, perhaps give them land and hope they stop burning everything else. Surprisingly, it worked. Mostly. The Viking leader Rollo accepted territory along the lower Seine River. His descendants became the Dukes of Normandy. Slowly they adopted the French language. They embraced Christianity. They married local noble families. Their children grew up speaking French instead of Old Norse. Yet beneath polished manners lingered something older. A fierce confidence. An appetite for ambition. A willingness to settle disagreements with swords whenever diplomacy became inconvenient. William inherited both worlds. The restless determination of Viking ancestors. The political sophistication of French nobility. An unusual combination. Potentially dangerous. Especially when guided by extraordinary intelligence. But intelligence alone solves very few problems in medieval politics. Power requires allies. Allies require trust. Trust requires legitimacy. And legitimacy, William lacked from birth. His father, Robert, Duke of Normandy, never married William's mother. She was known as Herleva, sometimes described as the daughter of a tanner from the town of Falaise. Already stories began growing around her life almost immediately. One medieval legend claims Duke Robert first noticed her dancing barefoot beside a stream. Another suggests he saw her washing clothes. Others insist these romantic tales were invented much later because historians have always enjoyed dramatic introductions. The truth remains uncertain, as history often does. What seems clear is that Robert loved, or at least favored, Herleva despite their different social positions. Enough that their son would become central to the future of Normandy. Though perhaps not in the way anyone expected. Imagine little William. Not yet a warrior. Not yet feared. Just a child. Dark-haired. Curious. Watching armed knights ride through castle gates far taller than himself. Listening to conversations that stop whenever adults notice he has entered the room. Children understand more than adults realize. Especially when people think they understand nothing. William almost certainly sensed the tension surrounding his existence long before anyone explained it. Children notice hesitation. They notice pity. They notice silence. Some noble boys looked upon him as inferior. Others viewed him as a threat. Adults often smiled politely while calculating entirely different things behind their eyes. Who might inherit? Who might rebel? Who might benefit if accidents occurred? Because accidents happened with astonishing frequency in medieval politics, particularly to inconvenient children. And William was very inconvenient indeed. The castle walls around him offered protection. But walls cannot stop betrayal. Nor can they prevent whispered conspiracies forming around dinner tables lit only by flickering candles. Outside, Normandy prospered. Markets bustled. Church bells rang. Monks copied manuscripts one careful letter at a time. Merchants traveled between towns carrying cloth, iron, salt, spices, and stories gathered from distant roads. Life continued with comforting regularity. Yet beneath that ordinary rhythm lay violence waiting patiently beneath the surface. Like ice covering deep water. Beautiful. Still. Dangerous. William's childhood unfolded upon that fragile surface. Every lesson. Every friendship. Every smile. Balanced above unseen danger. And before many years had passed, the ice would break. Normandy before William, where Vikings learned to rule. Before William could inherit a duchy, before England would tremble beneath Norman horses, and before the famous year of 1066 carved itself into every British history book ever written, Normandy itself had to become something remarkable. It had not always been. If we drift backward another century or so, long before William's birth, these same quiet valleys echoed with a very different sound. Not church bells. Not market chatter. Not monks singing prayers beneath vaulted ceilings. No. The people of northern France listened for something far more terrifying. Wars. There is a peculiar horror in hearing danger before seeing it. Imagine living in a riverside village around the year 900. Dawn has barely arrived. Mist curls above the water like pale smoke. Fishermen prepare their nets. A baker is already awake, kneading coarse dough while the smell of fresh bread begins filling narrow streets. Everything feels ordinary. Then someone notices movement downstream. Dark shapes. Too low to be merchant ships. Too fast to be fishing boats. The warning spreads without words. People run. Children are scooped into trembling arms. Livestock is abandoned. Church bells ring frantically. Because everyone knows what is coming. The Northmen. Or, as history usually remembers them, the Vikings. Now, popular imagination often paints Vikings as towering giants wearing horned helmets. The helmets, unfortunately for costume designers everywhere, almost certainly lacked horns. Horns are wonderfully impractical in combat. They provide your enemy with convenient handles. As if sword fighting were not difficult enough already. Real Viking equipment was built for survival rather than theatrical effect. Simple iron helmets. Round shields. Sharp axes. Long swords for those wealthy enough to own them. Practical clothing made from wool and linen. Nothing glamorous. Except perhaps their confidence. That they possessed in extraordinary quantities. For generations, Scandinavian raiders crossed the North Sea with astonishing skill. They navigated rivers that carried them deep into Europe, striking monasteries, villages, and trading towns before disappearing almost as quickly as they had arrived. To medieval Europeans, they seemed unstoppable. One chronicler described them as appearing like wolves among sheep. The comparison was not entirely fair. Wolves usually kill only when hungry. Human beings have always been more imaginative. The Frankish kings fought them repeatedly. Sometimes they won. More often they paid enormous sums simply to persuade the Vikings to raid somewhere else. This strategy worked about as well as paying mosquitoes to bite your neighbor instead. They generally returned. Because of course they did. Yet history enjoys surprising solutions. Around the year 911, after decades of conflict, the Frankish King Charles the Simple made a decision that must have seemed absurd to many of his advisors. Instead of endlessly fighting one Viking leader named Rollo, why not give him land? Specifically, the lower valley of the Seine River. In return, Rollo would defend the region from future Viking attacks. Essentially, the king hired one wolf to guard the sheep. Remarkably, it worked. Not perfectly. History rarely offers perfection, but well enough to change Europe forever. Rollo accepted baptism into Christianity. Whether his conversion reflected sincere faith or sensible politics remains impossible to know. Perhaps both. People are wonderfully capable of holding practical and spiritual motives at exactly the same time. His followers settled permanently. Instead of sailing home after raids, they built farms, raised families, constructed churches, married local women, learned French. Slowly, almost invisibly, conquerors became neighbors, then landlords, then nobles, then rulers. Within only a few generations, something extraordinary had happened. The descendants of Scandinavian raiders no longer thought of themselves primarily as Vikings. They had become Normans. Quite literally. Northmen. Yet transformed. Language changed first. Old Norse faded from everyday speech. French became the language of courts, contracts, and conversation. Children born into noble families often knew little about the tongue their great-grandfathers had spoken while crossing stormy seas. Religion changed next. Churches multiplied across Normandy. Stone monasteries rose where wooden halls once stood. Monks copied books by candlelight while bells marked the passing hours. The old pagan gods retreated into memory, though perhaps not entirely. Certain habits survived conversion. A preference for decisive action. An admiration for courage. An acceptance that strength often settled arguments more quickly than lengthy debate. Not exactly Christian virtues, but human ones. Normandy soon developed a reputation unlike any neighboring territory. Its nobles were ambitious. Its knights disciplined. Its rulers energetic. Its churches wealthy. Its farmland productive. Travelers passing through found a region buzzing with activity. Blacksmiths hammered glowing iron into horseshoes and spearheads. Millers ground grain beside swift rivers. Merchants unloaded wine from Aquitaine, wool from England, salt from Brittany, and fine cloth from Flanders. The countryside smelled of fresh hay during summer and would smoke during winter. Apple orchards spread across gentle hills. Pigs rooted beneath oak forests searching for fallen acorns. Peasants bent over fields from sunrise until dusk, measuring time less by calendars than by harvests. Life remained hard. Always. Most families owned little beyond simple clothing, wooden bowls, perhaps a few chickens, and deep familiarity with hunger whenever crops failed. Winter could still kill. Disease still arrived without warning. Childbirth remained frighteningly dangerous. The average villager probably cared very little about distant diplomacy. They cared whether rain arrived at the proper moment, whether wolves attacked sheep, whether taxes increased yet again. History often celebrates kings while quietly ignoring the countless anonymous people whose labor made kingdoms possible. Without peasants harvesting wheat, there are no castles. Without blacksmiths forging nails, no ships. Without masons cutting stone, no cathedrals. Every empire rests upon ordinary shoulders. Normandy was no exception. Yet above this everyday world stood the noble class. And theirs was a life built almost entirely upon preparation for violence. From childhood, noble boys trained relentlessly. They learned to ride before they fully mastered walking. Wooden practice swords gradually became steel. Falconry taught patience. Hunting taught endurance. Jousting taught courage. Or perhaps taught how spectacularly painful falling from horses could become. Either lesson proved useful. The ideal Norman knight combined athletic skill with unwavering loyalty. At least in theory. Reality tended to be messier. Loyalty frequently lasted until someone offered more land, or greater influence, or a richer marriage. Human ambition has never been especially original. Still, Norman warfare developed into something exceptional. Their cavalry became among the finest in Europe. Mounted knights charging together could shatter infantry formations with terrifying momentum. Heavy horses thundered across open ground while long lances pointed forward like an advancing forest. The earth itself seemed to shake beneath them. Imagine standing in the path of such a charge. Hundreds of armored riders, hooves pounding, metal flashing, war cries echoing, dust rising into the air. Even the bravest soldier might reconsider his career choices. William would inherit this military tradition. Not invent it. Perfect it. Because conquerors rarely create greatness from nothing. They recognize existing strengths, then sharpen them. Normandy's dukes understood another lesson equally well. Castles. Although many early fortifications remained wooden rather than stone, their importance cannot be overstated. A castle was not merely a residence. It was power made visible. A declaration saying, "This land belongs to us." From high towers, guards watched roads winding through forests and fields. Moats slowed attackers. Earthworks discouraged surprise assaults. Within sturdy walls lived soldiers, servants, craftsmen, children, priests, horses, hunting dogs, and enough daily activity to resemble a small village. Contrary to romantic paintings, castles were rarely clean. Smoke drifted constantly from cooking fires. Animals wandered courtyards. Chickens ignored social hierarchy completely. Everything smelled faintly of damp stone, leather, horses, and humanity. Medieval noses accepted conditions modern visitors might politely describe as memorable. Yet these castles anchored Norman authority. Each represented stability in an unstable age. Or at least the appearance of stability. Appearances mattered enormously. Meanwhile, across the English Channel, another kingdom struggled with its own uncertainties. England possessed wealth Normandy envied. Its fertile farmland generated tremendous agricultural income. Its churches glittered with precious metal. Its ports welcomed merchants from Scandinavia, Flanders, Germany, and beyond. Kings who ruled England controlled one of Europe's richest realms. Norman dukes noticed. How could they not? The channel separating England from Normandy measured only about 20 miles at its narrowest point. On clear days, sailors sometimes glimpsed distant coastlines. Two worlds. Almost close enough to touch. Close enough for trade. Close enough for diplomacy. Close enough for invasion. Though no one yet imagined just how profoundly those two shores would become connected. At least not publicly. The channel itself remained unpredictable. Calm one day, violent the next. Storms rose with astonishing speed. Ships vanished beneath towering waves. Every crossing carried uncertainty. Passengers prayed. Captains watched changing skies with practiced anxiety. The sea cared nothing for noble birth. Kings drowned as easily as fishermen. Nature possesses an admirable sense of equality. Back in Normandy, the ducal family continued strengthening its authority generation after generation. Each ruler inherited not merely land but expectations. Protect churches. Reward loyal nobles. Punish rebels. Expand influence. Produce heirs. Preferably legitimate ones. That final detail would soon become unexpectedly complicated. Because Duke Robert, grandson of Rollo's descendants, proved brave, energetic, ambitious, and somewhat careless regarding marriage. He fathered a son. A bright child. Healthy. Intelligent. Strong. Yet born outside lawful wedlock. To many modern observers, this may seem a minor technicality. To 11th century aristocrats, it was an earthquake. Inheritance depended upon legitimacy. Dynasties rested upon recognized marriages. Political stability often balanced upon legal definitions of family. William entered the world carrying all the blood of a duke, but none of the certainty. Some nobles accepted him. Others tolerated him. Many quietly waited for opportunity. Because ambitious men rarely waste political uncertainty. They cultivate it. Like gardeners tending particularly dangerous flowers. No one could know, as the infant William slept beneath wool blankets while fires crackled through Norman halls, that this illegitimate child would someday command thousands of knights. No one imagined he would reshape England's language, government, architecture, aristocracy, and future. No one foresaw castles rising across English hills, or the Domesday Book, or the countless families whose ancestry would forever divide into before the Normans, and after the Normans. History often begins not with certainty, but with possibility. A baby, a duchy, a restless generation, and a world where survival was never guaranteed. William's inheritance was not a throne. It was danger. His enemies had not yet drawn swords, but they were already watching, already calculating, already wondering whether the bastard child might disappear before becoming troublesome. Unfortunately for them, William possessed the single most dangerous quality any future ruler could have. He survived. The boy duke who should have died. There is an old saying that medieval crowns were rarely worn comfortably. They looked magnificent from a distance. Gold caught the sunlight. Jewels glittered beneath cathedral candles. Velvet robes flowed behind kings as crowds cheered and priests offered blessings. But beneath the velvet, there was always steel. Sometimes quite literally. Because a crown, in the 11th century, was less a symbol of secure authority than an invitation for ambitious relatives to begin sharpening their knives. William would learn this lesson almost before he learned to read. His father, Duke Robert I of Normandy, was not an old man. By the standards of his age, he was energetic, experienced, and still very much capable of ruling for years to come. Yet medieval rulers had a habit of undertaking journeys that seemed deeply spiritual and astonishingly dangerous at exactly the same time. Pilgrimage was one of them. To modern travelers, a pilgrimage might mean booking flights months in advance, checking hotel reviews, and complaining that the Wi-Fi signal is weak. In the 11th century, a pilgrimage could easily become your final adventure. Roads crossed territories controlled by strangers. Bandits prowled forests. Rivers flooded without warning. Disease spread through crowded inns. Ships vanished beneath storms. Food spoiled quickly. Water was often questionable. Medical knowledge remained painfully limited. If you became seriously ill hundreds of miles from home, that was usually the end of the story. Still, pilgrimage carried enormous meaning. It offered forgiveness, hope, prestige, perhaps peace of mind after years spent making political decisions that involved rather more sword fighting than Christian charity encouraged. So in the year 1035, Duke Robert set out on a long pilgrimage toward Jerusalem. Before leaving, however, he faced a practical question. Who would rule Normandy if he never returned? The obvious answer should have been another adult noble. Instead, Robert did something that stunned many of his own followers. He named his young son William as heir. Not because William was old enough. He certainly was not. Not because William was universally accepted. He absolutely was not. Simply because William was his son. Legitimate or not. Robert demanded that the Norman nobles swear loyalty to the boy. One after another, powerful lords knelt. Hands clasped. Oaths spoken. Promises made before God. The words echoed through stone halls. They sounded reassuring. History teaches us that medieval oaths often lasted exactly as long as they remained convenient. As if that could ever go wrong. The Duke departed. He crossed France. He continued south. He reached the Holy Land. He prayed in Jerusalem. He began the long journey home. And somewhere in Asia Minor, near the city of Nicaea, he died. Some chroniclers blamed illness. Others suggested poisoning. Still others admitted they had absolutely no idea. The medieval world excelled at rumor. Certainty was much harder to obtain. However it happened, Robert never saw Normandy again. Suddenly, an entire duchy belonged to an 8-year-old boy. Imagine the atmosphere inside the castles of Normandy when the news arrived. Messengers rode through muddy roads, horses foaming with sweat after days of relentless travel. Servants gathered nervously. Priests crossed themselves. Noble families exchanged long, thoughtful glances. An adult duke had become a child duke overnight. And not merely any child. A bastard child. One with no brothers. No powerful mother from a royal dynasty. No army personally loyal to him. No experience. No authority beyond promises other men had made. Promises they were already reconsidering. Young William probably understood only fragments of what had happened. Children grasp death differently than adults. He knew his father was gone. He knew people suddenly bowed lower than before. He knew unfamiliar men now discussed his future in hushed voices whenever they believed he could not hear. He also knew something else. He was frightened. Any child would have been. Imagine sleeping in enormous drafty halls where every creak of timber sounds like footsteps. Imagine waking to unfamiliar faces because another servant has disappeared. Imagine watching armed guards whisper to one another while constantly scanning dark corridors. Because danger was no longer distant. It lived inside the palace. The adults surrounding William understood the stakes perfectly. Whoever controlled the young duke effectively controlled Normandy itself. That meant enormous wealth. Castles. Taxes. Military power. Political influence stretching across northern France. Every ambitious noble recognized the opportunity. Some genuinely wished to protect William. Others wished to control him. Still others quietly hoped he might not survive long enough to become inconvenient. History has preserved several heartbreaking stories from William's childhood. Whether every detail is literally true hardly matters. Together they reveal the atmosphere surrounding the boy. One guardian was murdered while sleeping beside William's chamber. Another had his throat cut. Another died in an ambush. One loyal supporter was reportedly poisoned. One by one, the men responsible for keeping William alive disappeared. Imagine being 10 years old and discovering that nearly every trusted adult eventually ends up dead. Trust becomes difficult after experiences like that. William's childhood was not simply lonely. It was educational. Every murder taught him something. Every betrayal became a lesson. Power depended upon vigilance. Mercy carried risks. Trust required proof. Never assume loyalty simply because someone swore an oath. These ideas settled deep into William's mind long before adulthood. They would shape the king he eventually became. Normandy itself descended toward chaos. The duchy did not collapse entirely, but stability cracked. Powerful families raised private armies. Old feuds resurfaced. Neighbors settled ancient arguments with fresh violence. Castles changed hands. Villages found themselves trapped between rival lords who insisted everyone choose sides. The peasants suffered most. They always did. Fields remained unharvested because soldiers marched across them. Livestock disappeared. Barns burned. Taxes increased to finance conflicts nobody had requested. Ordinary people measured political instability not through speeches but through empty grain stores and hungry children. At night they barred wooden doors against wandering soldiers. The wind carried strange sounds through the countryside. Dogs barking. Hooves pounding. The distant glow of another farmhouse burning somewhere beyond the hills. For many villagers, the identity of their duke mattered less than whether tomorrow would arrive peacefully. Usually, it did not. William was moved frequently between secure locations. Or at least locations believed to be secure. A different castle. Another manor. Another loyal household. The pattern resembled a game. Except losing meant death. The castles themselves must have seemed enormous to a child. Great halls where smoke drifted upward into blackened rafters. Cold stone staircases twisting through narrow towers. Tiny windows admitting more wind than sunlight. Chapel bells ringing through misty mornings. Servants carrying firewood. Dogs sleeping beneath long banquet tables. Armored knights practicing sword drills in muddy courtyards. The rhythm of castle life continued despite constant political uncertainty. Breakfast fires. Morning prayers. Training sessions. Meetings. Hunting expeditions. Evening feasts. Life insisted upon continuing. Children remarkably adapt. William learned quickly. He observed constantly. He listened more than he spoke. Those around him noticed something unusual. The boy possessed patience. Not passive patience. Determined patience. He watched adults argue. He remembered faces. He recognized patterns. Some children dream of becoming heroes. William dreamed of surviving until tomorrow. There is something quietly tragic about that. Many future kings enjoyed carefree childhoods. William never truly had one. He inherited responsibilities before understanding them. Danger before confidence. Authority before adulthood. Perhaps that explains the remarkable self-control historians later admired. He had practiced it since childhood. Meanwhile, Europe itself continued changing around him. Churches expanded. Trade slowly increased. New monasteries appeared across Normandy. Pilgrims traveled roads carrying stories from Italy, Spain, even Constantinople. Ideas moved alongside merchants. Cultures blended. The medieval world was far more connected than many imagine. Ships crossed the English Channel almost daily. English wool traveled south. Norman wine traveled north. Flemish cloth changed hands in busy markets. Fishermen, monks, craftsmen, and traders all participated in networks stretching surprisingly far. Somewhere beyond the sea lay England. Rich. Powerful. Stable. At least compared with Normandy. No one yet suspected that the frightened boy hiding behind castle walls would someday cross that water at the head of an invasion fleet. For now, England might as well have been another planet. William's universe remained painfully small. A handful of castles. A few trusted companions. Too many funerals. An endless uncertainty. Yet adversity has curious effects upon people. Some break beneath its weight. Others become harder. Like iron repeatedly heated and hammered until it no longer resembles the soft metal it once was. William was becoming harder. Not cruel. Not yet. Simply resilient. Every assassination attempt that failed increased his confidence. Every loyal knight who remained beside him strengthened his belief that devotion could exist, even if it was rare. One of the most important figures during these dangerous years was his great-uncle, Archbishop Robert, along with several loyal Norman nobles who understood a simple truth. If William died, Normandy would almost certainly descend into full civil war. Protecting the child meant protecting the duchy itself. These men risked everything. Some paid with their lives. Others endured decades of uncertainty. History remembers William's victories. It should also remember those who ensured he survived long enough to achieve them. Without anonymous guards standing sleepless watch. Without loyal household knights. Without servants carrying whispered warnings through dark corridors. There would have been no conqueror. Only another forgotten child buried in medieval history. But fate, or luck or providence, depending on one's perspective, continued favoring William. Year after year. He lived. His voice deepened. His shoulders broadened. The frightened boy slowly disappeared. In his place emerged a determined young noble who had witnessed more betrayal before 16 than many rulers experienced in an entire lifetime. His enemies began noticing something unsettling. William was no longer merely surviving. He was growing up. And an adult William promised to be far more dangerous than a child William ever could. The nobles who once saw an easy opportunity now faced a different possibility. The bastard they had underestimated might someday seek repayment. With interest. Growing into a ruthless ruler. Morning arrives slowly over Normandy. A pale mist clings to the valleys, softening the outlines of forests and villages until the world appears painted in shades of silver. Dew gathers on blades of grass. Somewhere beyond the castle walls, a rooster confidently announces the sunrise, blissfully unaware that kingdoms are hanging by a thread. Inside the great hall, however, no one is thinking about birds. The day begins with business. Messengers arrive carrying sealed letters. Knights tighten saddle straps before riding toward distant manors. Stewards argue over grain stores and tax records. Priests prepare for morning mass while servants hurry across stone floors carrying buckets of water that splash with every hurried step. The castle is waking. So is its young duke. William is no longer the frightened child hiding behind older guardians. He is entering adolescence. And adolescence, in medieval Europe, is not a period of awkward school dances or worrying about examinations. It is the beginning of adulthood. By 15 or 16, many noble boys already command soldiers. Some marry. Others inherit castles. A few die before reaching 20. The Middle Ages had very little patience for prolonged childhood. William understands this better than anyone. Every scar left upon Normandy during his minority has become a lesson. Every betrayal has settled somewhere inside him, not as bitterness alone, but as instruction. Trust carefully. Reward loyalty generously. Punish rebellion completely. Never leave uncertainty behind you. Because uncertainty grows. Like weeds in an untended garden. His enemies have made one enormous mistake. They assumed surviving childhood meant surviving unchanged. Instead, hardship has forged William into someone remarkably disciplined. Visitors begin noticing the transformation. He is taller now. Broad-shouldered. Powerfully built. Chroniclers later describe him as unusually strong, capable of mounting a warhorse while wearing heavy armor without assistance, something easier to admire than attempt. He speaks deliberately. He rarely wastes words. Unlike many noblemen, whose confidence arrives several moments before their thoughts, William listens first. Observes. Measures people. The habit of a child who spent years deciding whom he could safely trust has never left him. One chronicler writes that William possessed remarkable self-control. That may sound ordinary. It was not. Many medieval rulers governed according to whichever emotion arrived first. Anger. Pride. Jealousy. Fear. William certainly experienced all of these. He was human. But increasingly, he learned to hide them beneath calculation. There is a certain kind of power in remaining calm while everyone else loses their temper. It unsettles people. They begin revealing more than they intended. William notices. Always. Yet calm alone cannot secure Normandy. Several powerful nobles still refuse to accept his authority. They do not necessarily challenge him openly. That would be dangerous. Instead, they quietly strengthen private alliances. Marriages are arranged. Oaths exchanged. Castles reinforced. Each noble family watches the others, wondering who will move first. Normandy resembles a forest after months without rain. Dry. Still. Waiting for a single spark. That spark arrives in 1046. The conspiracy is ambitious. Several Norman lords decide William must be removed. Not persuaded. Not controlled. Removed. The details remain frustratingly incomplete, as medieval records often are. History sometimes resembles a tapestry with large pieces missing. We glimpse the pattern. The finer threads have disappeared forever. What seems certain is this: William's enemies plan to capture, or perhaps kill, the young duke. The conspiracy reaches deep into Norman society. Some men sworn to serve William secretly prepared to betray him. Others hesitate. Perhaps conscience troubles them. Perhaps they simply wish to support whichever side eventually wins. Political flexibility has always been surprisingly common. Fortunately for William, someone remains loyal. One night, as darkness settles over the countryside, a trusted supporter rides through the rain carrying urgent news. The Duke is in immediate danger. There is no time for ceremony. No carefully organized escape. William must flee. Imagine the scene. The castle sleeps. Torches flicker along damp stone walls. Rain taps softly against wooden shutters. Most servants know nothing. Most guards assume tomorrow will resemble today. Then, quietly, a handful of men prepare horses. Leather creaks. Bits jingle softly. Hooves step carefully across muddy ground. William rides into the night. Not as a triumphant ruler. Not as a conquering hero. But once again, as a fugitive. The irony cannot have escaped him. He is Duke of Normandy. Yet he cannot safely sleep inside his own duchy. The rain grows heavier. Roads become rivers of mud. Branches scrape riders as they push through forests beneath moonlit skies. Every distant sound raises questions. Friend? Enemy? Farmer? Assassin? No one knows. The young Duke rides hard. Behind him, conspirators move toward the castle expecting easy success. Instead, their prey has vanished. History preserves a memorable detail from William's escape. He reportedly sought shelter in the home of a poor peasant near the village of Rise. Imagine that humble farmhouse. Thick smoke curls upward through a thatched roof. The smell of damp wool and fresh bread fills the single-room dwelling. A fire crackles gently. Children sleep beneath rough blankets while exhausted parents wonder why armed horsemen have appeared before dawn. Suddenly, the Duke of Normandy stands at their door. Not surrounded by banners. Not escorted by musicians. Not wearing a glittering crown. Simply a tired young man asking for help. Perhaps they recognized him. Perhaps they did not. Either way, they gave him shelter. History remembers kings. It rarely remembers the ordinary people who quietly changed history by opening a door. William continues riding westward until reaching Falaise and eventually meeting loyal supporters. There, something important happens. He stops running. Enough. The frightened child who survived assassins is gone. Now the Duke chooses to fight. He sends messages across Normandy. Faithful knights answer. Bishops offer support. Loyal nobles gather armed followers. Slowly, the balance begins shifting. One by one, men decide where they stand. Some choose rebellion. Others choose William. There is remarkably little middle ground. Civil war has arrived. William, however, understands something his enemies underestimate. He is not alone. His position attracts another powerful ally. King Henry I of France. Now this may seem surprising. After all, French kings and Norman dukes often competed for influence. Why would the king help? Because politics rarely follows simple friendship. Henry does not necessarily love William. He simply fears chaos more. A fractured Normandy could become even more dangerous than a united one. Sometimes rulers support inconvenient allies because the alternatives appear worse. The king marches north with soldiers. William joins him. Together they move toward the rebel forces gathering near a village called Val-es-Dunes. The year is 1047. William is about 19. He is about to command troops in his first major battle. Imagine dawn breaking over the Norman countryside. Mist drifts across open fields. Armor gleams beneath weak sunlight. War horses snort clouds into the cold morning air. Men tighten helmets. Priests walk among the soldiers offering blessings. Some warriors kneel. Others quietly sharpen swords one final time. Everyone understands that many standing here today will never see another sunrise. The silence before battle carries extraordinary weight. Conversations become whispers. Laughter disappears. Even experienced soldiers feel it. Fear. Not always overwhelming, but present. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is continuing despite it. William rides along his lines. His horse steps steadily through damp grass. He sees young faces. Old veterans. Nervous squires. Seasoned knights. These men are risking their lives because they believe he deserves to rule, or because they dislike the rebels slightly more. History often allows both motivations simultaneously. Across the field stand the conspirators. Many once swore loyalty to William. Now they raise weapons against him. The betrayal has become complete. Then, the signal sounds. The armies move. At first, slowly. Infantry advances. Archers prepare arrows. Mounted knights begin gathering speed. Hooves shake the earth. The distance closes rapidly. Metal crashes against metal. Wood splinters. War cries echo across the valley. The peaceful countryside vanishes beneath violence. Norman cavalry demonstrates precisely why it has become feared throughout Europe. Heavy horses smash into enemy formations. Lances shatter. Swords flash. Men fall beneath charging animals weighing well over 1,000 pounds. The battle dissolves into confusion almost immediately. Dust rises. Commands become impossible to hear. Individuals fight not for strategy now, but survival. William is everywhere. Or at least it seems so. Later chroniclers describe him fighting bravely throughout the battle, encouraging his men, refusing to retreat. Whether every story is perfectly accurate hardly matters. His soldiers believed he had shared their danger. That belief strengthened loyalty enormously. Leadership, especially in the Middle Ages, demanded visibility. A duke hiding safely behind distant hills inspired very little confidence. William rides where the fighting is hardest. He risks death repeatedly. Not recklessly. Deliberately. His men notice. So do his enemies. Eventually, the rebel line begins breaking. Panic spreads with astonishing speed. One group flees. Another follows. Soon the retreat becomes a rout. many rebels race toward the River Orne. In desperate confusion, heavily armored knights attempt to cross. Some drown beneath the weight of their own equipment. Others are cut down along muddy riverbanks. The water itself carries away shields, helmets, broken spears, and dreams of overthrowing the young duke. By afternoon, the battle is over. William has won his first great victory. Not over foreign invaders, over his own rebellious nobles. That distinction matters, because Val es Dunes changes everything. For the first time, William proves something undeniable. He is no longer merely Robert's orphaned son. No longer merely the bastard. No longer merely a survivor. He is a military leader, a ruler capable of defending his inheritance. Normandy breathes differently afterward. Not peacefully. Peace remains elusive, but confidently. The young duke begins restoring order. Castles that defied him are seized. Rebels lose lands. Loyal supporters receive rewards. Justice becomes swift, sometimes brutally so. William has learned another lesson. Mercy without authority invites fresh rebellion. Authority without mercy inspires hatred. Finding balance becomes one of his greatest challenges. He does not always succeed. In truth, he often leans toward severity. Years spent hunted have left deep marks upon his character. He forgives selectively. He forgets almost nothing. Yet ordinary life slowly improves. Roads become safer. Markets recover. Farmers return to abandoned fields. Church bells once again mark peaceful mornings instead of emergencies. Children chase one another through villages that only months earlier feared burning. For common people, stability itself feels miraculous. They care little who sits upon the ducal throne, provided soldiers stop stealing their livestock. William understands this better than many rulers. Power is not measured only through victories. It is measured by whether ordinary people dare plant crops believing they will still be alive to harvest them. The boy who should have died has become the duke no one can ignore. Across the English Channel, another aging ruler quietly watches events unfold. His name is Edward. History will remember him as Edward the Confessor. And before many years pass, his decisions, or perhaps his indecision, will draw William toward the greatest gamble of his life. Toward England. Toward destiny. Toward the year every English schoolchild eventually memorizes. But that story still waits beyond the sea. Edward the Confessor and the English succession. The sea is calm tonight. Far calmer than politics. Moonlight spills across the English Channel, turning the restless water into polished silver. Gentle waves brush against pebbled beaches on both the Norman and English coasts, whispering the same quiet rhythm they have repeated for thousands of years. Somewhere, a fishing boat rocks lazily at anchor. Gulls sleep on weathered wooden posts. The wind carries the faint scent of salt, seaweed, damp rope, and distant rain. From nature's perspective, nothing remarkable separates England from Normandy. Only 20-odd miles of water. A determined sailor could cross in less than a day with favorable winds. An ambitious duke could cross with 7,000 soldiers. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. Long before William gathered an invasion fleet, another man sat upon England's throne. A king who never expected his greatest legacy to be an unanswered question. His name was Edward. History remembers him as Edward the Confessor. Not because he conquered great empires. Not because he transformed Europe through brilliant military campaigns. But because he prayed. Quite a lot. Edward's England was a fascinating kingdom. Compared with much of Europe, it was wealthy, remarkably organized, and surprisingly sophisticated. This often surprises modern audiences. The Norman conquest tends to overshadow everything that came before, leaving the impression that England somehow began in 1066. It did not. By the time William was strengthening Normandy, England already possessed centuries of royal government. Royal officials collected taxes. Courts administered justice. Roads connected towns first laid out during the Roman Empire. Monasteries copied beautiful illuminated manuscripts. Markets bustled with merchants speaking Old English, Norse, French, Flemish, and occasionally languages from even farther away. London itself was growing steadily. It was no modern metropolis, of course. Perhaps 20,000 people lived there. To medieval eyes, it felt enormous. Smoke drifted above timber houses packed tightly together behind old Roman walls. The River Thames bustled with merchant ships carrying wool, wine, timber, furs, pottery, salt, and spices worth astonishing sums of money. Every morning, traders crowded narrow streets where butchers shouted prices above the bleating of sheep and the squealing protests of pigs who strongly objected to recent developments. The smell. Well, imagine combining fresh bread, roasting meat, wet wool, horse manure, fish, smoke, leather, sewage, and ale. Then imagine living with that aroma every single day. Medieval cities were unforgettable, whether one wished to remember them or not. Above this lively kingdom ruled Edward. He was unlike many kings of his age. Not weak, but gentle, thoughtful, deeply religious. He preferred prayer to warfare, conversation to shouting, ceremony to bloodshed. In the 11th century, they occasionally encouraged ambitious nobles to mistake kindness for opportunity. Their customs, their politics, perhaps even developed friendships with some of the families William would later lead. Normandy left its mark upon him. Returning to England as king, Edward remained something of an outsider. English by birth, Norman in many habits. The English nobility noticed. Some appreciated his international experience. Others quietly resented the growing number of Norman advisors appearing at court. Because of course kings rarely arrive alone. They bring friends. Friends bring relatives. Relatives request important positions. Soon enough, everyone begins arguing over appointments. Human nature has changed remarkably little. Edward's court became a place where cultures met daily. Old English earls discussed politics beside Norman clerics. Scandinavian merchants negotiated alongside Flemish traders. England stood at a crossroads. Confident. One of the richest nobles in England. If Edward represented quiet piety, Harold represented practical leadership. A capable administrator. Popular among many English nobles. Perhaps most importantly, he actually understood how to govern a complicated kingdom. Edward imagined sitting inside Westminster Palace. Heavy tapestries softened the stone walls against winter cold. Candles flickered despite the afternoon sunlight filtering through narrow windows. Servants quietly refilled drinking cups while advisors spread maps across long oak tables. Outside, church bells drift across London. Inside, England's future takes shape one conversation at a time. Edward listens carefully. Harold offers practical advice. Bishops discuss church matters. Earls debate military concerns. Messengers arrive breathless from distant counties carrying news of disputes, harvests, border raids, or unexpected storms. Government, even in the Middle Ages, involved endless paperwork. Well, parchment work. Someone always needed a document sealed. Someone always complained about taxes. Some things never change. Yet beneath the ordinary rhythm of governing lay one increasingly obvious problem. None. No son to inherit. No daughter through whom another dynasty might claim legitimacy. Every year that passed made the question more urgent. Who comes next? In peaceful kingdoms, succession can be difficult. In wealthy kingdoms, it becomes dangerous. Everyone begins calculating possibilities. Powerful families quietly assess their chances. Foreign rulers pay closer attention. Marriage negotiations suddenly acquire entirely new significance. A kingdom without a clear heir resembles a banquet where every guest politely pretends not to notice the enormous cake sitting unattended in the middle of the table. Eventually, someone reaches for it. Edward himself seems oddly reluctant to resolve the matter. Whether this reflected uncertainty, optimism, religious resignation, or simply poor political timing remains one of history's enduring mysteries. Medieval chroniclers disagree. Modern historians continue debating. Perhaps Edward genuinely hoped for an heir. Perhaps he trusted England's nobles to reach agreement peacefully. If so, that was optimistic, to put it gently. Meanwhile, across the Channel, William continues strengthening Normandy. The frightened child has become one of Europe's most respected young rulers. His authority grows. His armies improve. His castles multiply. Churches flourish under his patronage. Trade expands. Normandy begins attracting scholars, craftsmen, monks, and ambitious knights seeking opportunity. William's court develops a reputation for discipline. Unlike many rulers who delighted in endless feasting, William generally preferred efficiency. He rose early, worked long hours, expected competence. He could be generous. He could also be terrifying. One chronicler observed that his anger, when finally unleashed, was formidable precisely because it arrived so rarely. People feared disappointing him. Not because he shouted constantly, because when he did, it mattered. His marriage to Matilda of Flanders further strengthened his position. Together they formed one of medieval Europe's most capable ruling partnerships. Matilda was intelligent, politically astute, and remarkably effective while governing Normandy during William's absences. She supervised administration, managed estates, raised their growing family. William trusted her completely. A wise decision. Strong rulers often depend upon equally remarkable partners. History sometimes forgets them. It should not. The couple's children filled Norman castles with life. Young princes practiced riding. Princesses received careful education. Servants hurried endlessly through corridors carrying food, laundry, messages, and occasionally children who had enthusiastically ignored instructions not to climb something extremely expensive. Even future conquerors dealt with family life. Outside the castle walls, peasants harvested wheat beneath summer sunshine. Mill wheels turned beside clear rivers. Apple trees bent beneath ripe fruit. Monks illuminated manuscripts with astonishing patience. Life unfolded according to familiar rhythms. Yet quietly, almost invisibly, England and Normandy drifted closer together. Envoys crossed the Channel. Church leaders exchanged letters. Merchants carried gossip alongside cargo. Every voyage transported not merely goods, but information. Rumors traveled surprisingly fast. Someone always seemed to know someone whose cousin had heard astonishing news from a sailor who had spoken with a priest who definitely knew the truth. Reliability varied considerably. Still, stories spread. One story in particular would eventually reshape Europe. According to Norman tradition, Edward promised the English throne to William. Did he truly make such a promise? This question has occupied historians for centuries. Norman writers insisted he did. Some English sources remain noticeably less enthusiastic. And here we encounter one of history's delightful frustrations. The evidence refuses to cooperate completely. Perhaps Edward, grateful for Norman hospitality during his exile, indicated that William might someday inherit. Perhaps he merely spoke kindly. Perhaps conversations became exaggerated after everyone's interests changed. Political memories often improve remarkably after important victories. Whatever happened, William believed, or at least later claimed, that Edward had recognized him as successor. Whether this conviction rested upon formal promise, hopeful interpretation, or strategic argument hardly mattered once events began unfolding. Belief itself became political reality. Far away in England, however, Harold Godwin's son almost certainly viewed matters differently. From his perspective, the kingdom belonged to the English. Its future should be decided by English nobles, not by a foreign duke across the sea. Neither man yet imagined they would eventually face one another upon a battlefield that schoolchildren would still study nearly 1,000 years later. For now, they remained separated by water, by politics, by competing expectations. Edward sat quietly between them, an aging king, childless, pious, increasingly fragile. Outside Westminster, London carried on as always. Blacksmiths hammered glowing iron. Children chased stray dogs through muddy lanes. Fishermen unloaded fresh catches along the Thames. Church bells echoed over rooftops. Life, wonderfully indifferent to future catastrophes, continued one ordinary day after another. Yet history has a habit of hiding its greatest turning points inside ordinary moments. A conversation, a promise, a hesitation, a decision postponed until tomorrow. Edward's greatest act may not have been something he chose, but something he left unresolved. Because somewhere beyond the eastern horizon, William watched England carefully. Not with impatience. Not yet. But with increasing interest. He believed destiny might someday call him across the sea. He simply did not know how soon that call would come. The three claimants to England. History rarely announces its greatest turning points with trumpets. More often, they begin with an old man growing tired. The candles burn a little lower each evening inside the royal palace at Westminster. The king attends mass more slowly than before. He pauses while climbing staircases that once seemed effortless. Advisors notice he speaks less during council meetings, preferring to listen while younger men debate the future of the kingdom around him. Outside, England scarcely notices. Winter approaches in its familiar, patient way. Farmers gather the last harvest before frost hardens the fields. Shepherds drive sheep toward lower pastures. Smoke rises from thousands of cottages as families prepare for another long season of cold mornings and short afternoons. Life continues. It always does. Even when history is quietly preparing an earthquake. King Edward the Confessor is growing old. His beard has turned almost completely white. Years of prayer, administration, diplomacy, and endless political balancing have worn him down. He has built churches, strengthened royal authority, completed the magnificent Westminster Abbey, a building unlike anything England had seen before, its soaring Norman-inspired architecture already hinting that England and Normandy are becoming more closely connected than anyone yet realizes. Edward loves this church. Some say he spends more time thinking about heaven than about politics. Perhaps they are right. Unfortunately, heaven is considerably easier to organize than medieval succession. Because despite all his wisdom, Edward still has no heir. No son. No obvious successor accepted by everyone. And kingdoms dislike uncertainty. Imagine England as a great ship sailing through calm water. Its crew works together because everyone trusts the captain. But now the captain is clearly nearing the end of his voyage. No one agrees who should command next. Three experienced officers begin quietly believing the wheel belongs to them. The sea remains calm. For the moment. The storm is still beyond the horizon. The first claimant we already know well. Harold Godwin's son. If England were forced to choose a new king tomorrow, Harold appears the obvious candidate. He is Earl of Wessex, the wealthiest and most powerful noble in England. His family's lands stretch across enormous portions of the kingdom. His brothers govern other important regions. His household knights number in the hundreds. He commands respect because he has earned it. Harold is not merely wealthy. He is competent. That mattered. He leads armies successfully, settles disputes, collects taxes, negotiates with foreign rulers, travels constantly across England solving problems before they become disasters. If Edward is England's spiritual father, Harold has increasingly become its practical manager. The common people probably know little about royal politics. But they know Harold. They have seen his riders passing through villages, his officials inspecting estates, his soldiers defending borders. He feels familiar, reliable, English. Many nobles quietly assume that once Edward dies, Harold will naturally become king. Not because blood demands it, because stability does. The English crown, unlike some continental kingdoms, is not inherited automatically by the eldest son. The Witan, the council of leading nobles and bishops, possesses the authority to recognize the next ruler. In theory. Reality, of course, is rather more complicated. The Witan generally prefers candidates who are powerful enough to defend the kingdom immediately. Harold certainly qualifies. He possesses experience, support, military strength. Most importantly, he is already there. Sometimes geography becomes the greatest political advantage. Meanwhile, across the channel, William watches events unfold with increasing attention. He has heard rumors, perhaps promises, perhaps assurances given years earlier during Edward's exile in Normandy. Whether Edward explicitly named William as heir remains uncertain. But William has convinced himself that England rightfully belongs to him. Or perhaps he simply recognizes an extraordinary opportunity. The distinction may never be entirely clear. Either way, he begins thinking less like a neighboring duke, and more like a future king. Normandy prospers under his rule. Its administration grows increasingly efficient. Its churches flourish. Its castles multiply. William has spent years strengthening his duchy, often through relentless discipline. Some contemporaries admire him. Others fear him. Most do both. He rarely laughs in public. When he smiles, people pay attention. His court operates with remarkable order. Meetings begin on time. Messages are answered promptly. Lands are carefully recorded. Justice, though often severe, is consistent. Compared with many medieval rulers whose governments resemble organized improvisation, William's administration feels almost modern. His knights respect him because he shares their hardships. His nobles obey because they know rebellion carries consequences. His enemies have gradually learned something unpleasant. The boy once hunted across Normandy has become extraordinarily difficult to defeat. Yet William possesses another quality equally important: patience. He does not rush toward England. Not yet. He waits. Like an experienced hunter who understands that frightening the prey too early accomplishes nothing. There is, however, a third claimant. One whose arrival surprises almost everyone. His name is Harold Hardrada. Even saying the name feels dramatic. It means hard ruler, which sounds rather intimidating. And accurately so. Harold is King of Norway. A giant of a man according to many descriptions. An experienced warrior whose life already resembles an epic saga long before 1066 arrives. He has fought across Eastern Europe, served as commander of the famous Varangian Guard in Constantinople, accumulated enormous wealth, survived battles, exile, palace intrigue, and enough adventures to fill several lifetimes. If William represents disciplined ambition, Harold represents relentless experience. By the time England enters its succession crisis, Harold has spent decades mastering war. He does not merely command armies. He lives among them. His claim to England rests upon older Scandinavian agreements involving previous kings. The legal details become wonderfully complicated. Medieval succession often resembles several families arguing over a house after discovering 3 different wills hidden in separate cupboards. Each side insists its document matters most. Each possesses at least some plausible argument. Harold believes England owes him a crown. William believes Edward promised it. Harold believes England should choose its own ruler. 3 men. 3 claims. 1 kingdom. History rarely rewards such mathematical arrangements with peaceful outcomes. Imagine them separately on the same winter evening. Harold in England, studying reports from his earls while firelight dances across polished shields hanging from the walls. William in Normandy, walking quietly through his great hall after supper, speaking softly with trusted advisors as maps of southern England lie spread across heavy oak tables. Harold somewhere in Norway, listening to waves crashing against frozen shores while experienced warriors sharpen axes beneath northern skies. None can see the others. Yet each thinks about England before sleeping. The kingdom has become the brightest prize in northern Europe. England itself remains unaware of just how many eyes are fixed upon it. Life goes on. Women weave wool beside warm hearths. Children chase geese through muddy farmyards. Monks patiently illuminate manuscripts, carefully applying tiny flakes of gold leaf with astonishing precision. Blacksmiths shape glowing iron into horseshoes while sparks leap through smoky workshops. The Thames carries merchant vessels toward London. At York, traders bargain over furs from Scandinavia, wine from France, amber from the Baltic, and spices carried astonishing distances from the eastern Mediterranean. The kingdom is prosperous, rich, well-governed. Exactly the sort of place ambitious rulers notice. Edward's health continues declining. Perhaps he senses what approaches. Perhaps not. The chronicles describe him praying frequently, receiving visitors, speaking gently, preparing spiritually for death. He has always cared deeply about eternity. His nobles, meanwhile, care rather urgently about next month. Human priorities often differ. One winter afternoon, Edward walks slowly through the nearly completed Westminster Abbey. Imagine the vast stone interior. Fresh-cut limestone still carries the faint scent of dust. Colored light filters through narrow windows. The voices of monks echo softly beneath high arches. Candles flicker before sacred images. The building feels immense, peaceful, almost outside time itself. Edward had dreamed of creating something lasting. A monument not to military conquest, but to faith. In that, he succeeds magnificently. Westminster will outlive everyone who walks its floors today. Kings yet unborn will be crowned there. Queens will marry there. Statesmen will lie in honor there. History itself will gather beneath its roof. Edward cannot know every future event. But perhaps he senses he has built something permanent. Unlike political agreements, those can disappear overnight. As Christmas approaches in 1065, England celebrates as always. Feasts fill noble halls. Ale flows generously. Minstrels sing familiar songs. Evergreen branches decorate homes against the darkness of winter. Outside, snow occasionally dusts rooftops before melting into icy streets. People laugh. Children play. Merchants continue trading. Few ordinary Englishmen imagine they are celebrating the final Christmas before their world changes forever. The new year arrives. An ordinary number. Until history gives it meaning. Edward grows gravely ill. His household gathers anxiously. Priests administer final rites. Trusted nobles wait nearby. Questions no one wishes to ask suddenly become unavoidable. What happens now? According to later English accounts, Edward gestures toward Harold. Perhaps naming him successor. Perhaps entrusting him with protecting the kingdom. Norman writers tell a different story. Naturally, each version conveniently supports later political claims. Modern historians carefully examine every surviving source and usually conclude, we simply cannot know with certainty. History sometimes denies us perfect answers. What matters is not merely what Edward said, but what others believed he had said. Belief motivates armies. Certainty is optional. On the evening of January 5, 1066, Edward dies. The bells of Westminster toll across London. Slow, heavy, mournful. The sound drifts over frozen rooftops and along the Thames, where merchants pause their work to listen. A king has gone. An era has ended. Inside the palace, grief mingles almost immediately with urgency. There is no time for prolonged uncertainty. England needs a ruler. Immediately. Because somewhere beyond the sea, two other kings are already watching. And they have no intention of remaining spectators for long. The race for England has begun. The wind over the channel carries no banners yet. No invasion fleet darkens the horizon. No arrows fly. No swords clash. Only silence. The calm before one of history's most famous storms. And on the very next day, England will choose its king. A choice that will echo for nearly 1,000 years. Harold takes the crown. William makes a promise. Death has a curious way of accelerating history. For years, England's greatest political question had lingered like distant thunder. Who will rule after Edward? The question had been debated quietly in monasteries, noble halls, and royal councils. It had crossed the English Channel and whispered conversations between merchants and diplomats. It had occupied the thoughts of ambitious earls, foreign kings, and Norman dukes alike. Then, on the evening of January 5, 1066, the waiting ended. King Edward the Confessor was dead. Outside Westminster Palace, London continued almost as normal. The Thames still carried barges loaded with timber and grain. Market traders still argued over prices. Blacksmiths still struck glowing iron with rhythmic precision. Life has a remarkable habit of refusing to stop, even when kingdoms lose their kings. Yet beneath that ordinary rhythm, anxiety spread through every level of English society. Because everyone understood one uncomfortable truth. A kingdom without a king was a kingdom inviting visitors. And not the friendly sort. Inside Westminster, candles burned throughout the night. Priests prayed beside Edward's body. Their Latin chants echoed softly beneath stone ceilings while incense drifted through the cold winter air. The old king, who had spent so much of his life preparing for eternity, now lay perfectly still. His face looked peaceful. Politics, however, rarely allows much time for mourning. England required a decision immediately. Not next week. Not next month. Today. The members of the Witan, the kingdom's council of bishops and leading nobles, gathered with extraordinary urgency. Imagine the atmosphere inside that chamber. Heavy cloaks still damp from winter mist. Boots leaving muddy footprints across stone floors. Voices kept deliberately low. Everyone understood that the decision made here might determine the future of England for generations. Some men looked exhausted. Others looked thoughtful. A few looked quietly ambitious. History often presents these moments as dramatic speeches followed by unanimous applause. Reality was almost certainly more practical. Questions would have dominated the discussion. Who can defend England? Who already commands loyalty? Who can raise an army immediately? Who can prevent civil war? Under ordinary circumstances, noble birth mattered enormously. But these were not ordinary circumstances. The kingdom faced uncertainty from every direction. Across the North Sea stood Harold Hardrada. Across the Channel stood William. England needed a ruler who could respond instantly. One name outweighed all others. Harold Godwin's son. He already governed much of England in practice. He possessed enormous wealth. He commanded experienced soldiers. He enjoyed the confidence of most English nobles. He knew every important family, every major road, every fortified town. Most importantly, he was already standing in England. Sometimes proximity is the strongest political argument of all. The decision came swiftly. On January 6, 1066, the day after Edward's death, Harold was chosen king. One day. That is all. Modern governments sometimes spend months forming administrations. Medieval England managed it overnight. Necessity encourages efficiency. Westminster Abbey had only recently been completed. Its fresh Norman-style architecture still smelled faintly of newly cut stone. Morning light filtered through narrow windows, illuminating drifting smoke from hundreds of candles. Monks sang. Their voices rose toward vaulted ceilings in slow, solemn harmony. Outside, crowds gathered despite the January cold. Word spread rapidly. England had a new king. Inside the abbey, Harold approached the altar. He wore ceremonial robes instead of armor. A rare sight. His normally confident expression carried unusual weight. Perhaps excitement. Perhaps determination. Perhaps the realization that every decision from this moment onward would affect millions of lives. The archbishop placed the crown upon Harold's head. The congregation answered with prayers. Trumpets sounded. The bells of Westminster rang across London. England had chosen. For the people standing inside the abbey, the matter seemed settled. A lawful king had been crowned according to English custom. Life could continue. If only history had been so cooperative. Across the English Channel, news traveled with astonishing speed. Merchant vessels crossed regularly despite winter weather. Messengers rode through Normandy with urgent reports. Within days, William knew. Imagine the scene inside the ducal palace at Rouen. Rain taps steadily against narrow windows. A great fire burns in the center of the hall. Servants quietly refill cups while advisors pore over maps. The doors suddenly open. A messenger enters, still covered in mud from days of hard riding. He kneels. Speaks only a few sentences. Harold has become King of England. Silence follows. Not loud anger. Not shouting. Silence. William listens carefully. Those who know him well immediately recognize the danger. He is thinking. Some rulers explode with rage. William calculates. Always. According to Norman chroniclers, his face hardened. His hands tightened. But his voice remained calm. That calm frightened people more than shouting ever could. Because calm meant decisions. And William had already made one. Harold had stolen something that belonged to him. At least, that is how William understood it. Whether history agrees is another matter entirely. William's claim rested on two foundations. First, he believed Edward had promised him the English throne years earlier. Second, he claimed Harold himself had sworn an oath supporting that promise. This second claim would become one of medieval history's most famous controversies. Several years before Edward's death, Harold had crossed the English Channel. Exactly why remains uncertain. Perhaps diplomacy. Perhaps a shipwreck forced him ashore. Perhaps something else entirely. The sources disagree. What seems likely is that Harold eventually found himself in William's custody. Not exactly a prisoner. Not entirely free. The distinction mattered politically. William treated Harold generously. Together they campaigned against rebels in Brittany. Harold reportedly fought bravely, even rescuing Norman soldiers from dangerous tidal marshes. The two men may even have developed genuine respect for one another. Warriors often do. Shared hardship creates unusual friendships. Then came the oath. According to Norman accounts, Harold placed his hands upon sacred relics of saints and swore to support William's succession to England. Only afterward did he discover the relics hidden beneath the cloth covering the table. Breaking such an oath, sworn before God upon holy remains, represented not merely political betrayal, but spiritual disaster. Norman writers never tired of repeating this story. English writers mentioned it rather less enthusiastically. Modern historians continue debating exactly what happened. Did Harold swear freely? Was he pressured? Did he fully understand the circumstances? Were later Norman chroniclers exaggerating events to justify the invasion? The truth has become almost impossible to separate from propaganda. History, especially when written by victors, enjoys polishing inconvenient details. Yet one fact remains undeniable. William believed the oath mattered. Or at least believed others could be persuaded that it mattered. Sometimes legitimacy depends less upon objective truth than upon convincing enough people to accept your version of events. Inside Normandy, William summoned his closest advisors. The meetings stretched late into the night. Maps covered tables. Messengers came and went constantly. Military commanders estimated available nights. Shipbuilders received quiet instructions. Church leaders discussed legal arguments supporting William's claim. Notice something interesting. William did not begin by sharpening swords. He began by preparing a case. He understood something many medieval rulers overlooked. Wars begin long before armies move. First, people must believe they are justified. William intended to present himself not as an ambitious conqueror, but as the rightful king denied his inheritance. The distinction was politically invaluable. If he invaded merely seeking more land, many European rulers might condemn him. If he invaded to reclaim a stolen crown, that sounded considerably more respectable. History often depends upon excellent marketing. Meanwhile, Harold settled into kingship. His first weeks proved astonishingly busy. England possessed long coastlines, thousands of miles of vulnerable shoreline. Every harbor represented both opportunity and danger. Harold understood William would not simply accept defeat, nor would Harold Hardrada. England suddenly faced threats from two directions simultaneously: north, south. Like a man standing between two approaching storms, Harold worked relentlessly. He inspected defenses, confirmed the loyalty of earls, reviewed military obligations, strengthened coastal watch systems. Messages traveled constantly between London and distant counties. Ships were prepared, supplies gathered, militias organized. The English army relied heavily upon the FYRD. Unlike professional standing armies, the FYRD consisted largely of ordinary free men temporarily called into military service. Farmers became soldiers. Blacksmiths carried spears instead of hammers. Millers exchanged grain sacks for shields. Imagine receiving that summons. Yesterday you worried about repairing a broken fence before spring. Today you're expected to defend the kingdom. Your wife helps pack food into a rough cloth bag. Your children watch silently. You kiss them goodbye. Neither you nor they know whether you'll ever return. History remembers kings. Battles are fought by fathers. Throughout the spring of 1066, England held its breath. Watchmen scanned the sea every morning. Fishing boats ventured cautiously into open water. Every unfamiliar sail prompted nervous speculation. Is it Norman? Norwegian? Merchant? Friend? Enemy? The channel itself seemed unusually quiet, almost patient. William, however, refused to rush. He knew timing mattered. Launching an invasion too early risked disaster. Ships required construction. Supplies had to be gathered. Thousands of horses needed transport. Armies required discipline. The weather had to cooperate. No medieval commander controlled the wind. Many had tried. None succeeded. So William waited. His patience frustrated some followers. Others admired it. He would cross the sea only when every possible advantage favored him. Because William had spent his entire life surviving impossible odds. He had no intention of gambling recklessly now. Far above the channel, seabirds drifted effortlessly on the wind. Below them, fishermen hauled the nets. The water remained indifferent to human ambition. It had carried Vikings, merchants, pilgrims. Now, it waited for an invasion fleet unlike anything Northern Europe had seen in generations. England believed it had chosen its king. Normandy believed its duke had been cheated. Norway believed an older claim remained valid. 3 rulers. 3 armies. 1 island. The stage was prepared. Only the first sword remained to be drawn. And surprisingly, it would not be William who struck first. Far to the north, beneath the cold skies of Scandinavia, Harald Hardrada was already gathering ships. England's greatest year was about to become even more dangerous. Harald Hardrada and the last great Viking invasion. The first invasion of England in 1066 did not come from Normandy. It came from the north. There is something strangely poetic about that. For centuries, England had feared ships appearing on the horizon with dragon-headed prows cutting through grey seas. Long before William of Normandy dreamed of wearing the English crown, generations of English families had learned to associate northern sails with fire, steel, and sudden tragedy. The old stories had never entirely disappeared. Grandfathers still remembered tales passed down from their own grandparents about Viking raids that emptied monasteries and burned coastal villages. Children listened wide-eyed while winter fires crackled in smoky halls. "Always watch the sea," they were told. "You never know what might come with the tide." By 1066, however, many believed those days belonged to history. England had changed. Scandinavia had changed. The Viking Age seemed to be fading into memory. Then Harald Hardrada decided otherwise. Imagine Norway in the spring of 1066. Snow still clings stubbornly to mountain peaks while waterfalls roar with fresh meltwater. Pine forests stretch endlessly beneath pale northern skies. Narrow fjords mirror the clouds above so perfectly that earth and heaven appear almost connected. Along these cold shores, shipbuilders work tirelessly. Axes ring against oak. Tar bubbles in great iron pots. Men bend steaming planks into graceful curves. The smell of fresh timber mixes with salt air and pine resin. One by one, longships return. Not the tiny raiding vessels of old, but great warships capable of carrying dozens of armed men across the North Sea. Their hulls glide into the water with remarkable elegance. To medieval sailors, they are masterpieces. Fast, flexible, beautiful, and terribly efficient instruments of war. Nearby, experienced warriors gather from every corner of Norway. Some have gray beards and scarred faces earned through decades of campaigning. Others are scarcely older than boys. Their helmets show dents from forgotten battles. Their shields display faded paint where countless sword blows have landed. Most have spent their entire lives preparing for moments exactly like this. Leading them all is Harald Hardrada. Few rulers of the Middle Ages possess a life story as extraordinary as his. Before becoming King of Norway, Harald had wandered across much of Europe. He fought in Russia, served in Sicily, marched through the Holy Land. Most famously, he joined the Varangian Guard in Constantinople, the elite bodyguard of the Byzantine emperors. Imagine the journey. A young Scandinavian warrior traveling thousands of miles from frozen fjords to the glittering capital of the Eastern Roman Empire. Constantinople must have seemed almost unreal. Marble palaces, golden domes, crowded harbors filled with ships from Africa, Arabia, Italy, and beyond. Markets overflowing with silk, spices, jewels, perfumes, and foods whose names Northern Europeans had never even heard. Harald learned more than warfare there. He witnessed sophisticated government, diplomacy, engineering, urban life on a scale almost unimaginable in Northern Europe. He also accumulated enormous wealth. Some said he returned north richer than almost any Scandinavian ruler before him. Whether every tale is true hardly matters. His reputation alone inspired confidence. Harald was more than a king. He was a legend while still alive. He stood nearly 6 feet tall according to some accounts, a remarkable height for the 11th century. Broad-shouldered, blonde, physically imposing. His blue eyes reportedly intimidated even experienced nobles. One chronicler claimed that when Harald became angry, few men could bear to meet his gaze. Whether this reflects history or admiration is impossible to know. Still, legends often grow from genuine impressions. Harald inspired both respect and fear, an effective combination. His claim to England rested upon complicated agreements involving previous Scandinavian rulers. Years earlier, King Harthacnut of England and Magnus of Norway had supposedly agreed that whichever ruler died first without heirs would leave his kingdom to the survivor. Magnus died. Harald inherited Norway. Therefore, Harald reasoned, he also inherited England. The legal argument required several convenient assumptions. Fortunately, medieval politics rarely discouraged convenient assumptions. Not everyone accepted the claim. Harald certainly did. Sometimes believing yourself right proves almost as powerful as actually being right. Yet Harald did not intend to invade alone. England offered another useful opportunity: discontent. Every kingdom possesses ambitious nobles. England was no exception. One particularly dissatisfied English noble soon arrived in Norway. His name was Tostig Godwin's son. Yes, Godwin's son. Harald's own brother. Families have always been wonderfully complicated. Tostig had once ruled Northumbria in northern England. Unfortunately, his government proved unpopular. Very unpopular. His harsh administration, heavy-handed justice, and inability, or unwillingness, to accommodate local customs eventually provoked open rebellion. The northern nobles rose against him. King Edward removed him from office. Harald, despite being Tostig's brother, accepted the decision rather than plunge England into civil war. Tostig never forgave him. Imagine carrying that resentment. Not merely losing power, losing it while your own brother became king. Bitterness can travel astonishing distances. In Tostig's case, all the way to Norway. He arrived at Harald's court with an enticing proposal. England, he claimed, was vulnerable. Many northerners supposedly remained dissatisfied. Together, they could conquer the kingdom. Harold listened carefully. He already wanted England. Now he possessed an English guide who knew the landscape, the politics, and perhaps the weaknesses of Harold's government. It seemed almost too convenient. History occasionally offers opportunities so attractive they deserve suspicion. Harold accepted. Preparations accelerated. Throughout the summer, Norway hummed with activity. Blacksmiths forged spearheads until sparks filled smoky workshops. Women repaired wool cloaks and stitched sails. Farmers stored grain before departing for military service. Priests offered blessings. Children watched fathers sharpen swords with expressions somewhere between admiration and fear. The coming expedition resembled an enormous moving town. Armies required astonishing logistics. Food, water, axes, replacement weapons, medical supplies, limited though they were, rope, tar, nails, spare sails, livestock. Every successful campaign depended as much upon organization as courage. History often remembers battles. Victories begin in warehouses. Harold gathered perhaps 300 ships. The exact number remains debated. Medieval chroniclers enjoyed generous estimates. Still, the fleet was enormous. Imagine standing on a Norwegian cliff as it departed. Hundreds of sails unfurling beneath favorable winds. Oars dipping into dark water with practiced rhythm. Sunlight flashing from helmets. Sea birds circling overhead. The ships stretch across the fjord farther than the eye can comfortably follow. It must have been breathtaking. And deeply unsettling. Many watching knew some of those ships would never return. The sea demanded payment from everyone eventually. Across the North Sea, England remained focused upon William. Harold stationed troops along the southern coast. The English fleet patrolled the Channel. Watchmen scanned southern horizons daily. Every rumor concerned Normandy, William, the Channel. Very few expected danger from the opposite direction. Nature, meanwhile, refused to cooperate with anyone's plans. Strong winds delayed William's invasion repeatedly. His fleet remained trapped by unfavorable weather. To some, this appeared divine intervention. To others, merely autumn approaching. Either way, William waited. Harold kept his army assembled through the long summer. That presented another problem. The FYRD consisted largely of farmers. Harvest season could not wait forever. Fields ignored politics. Wheat ripened whether kings invaded or not. Eventually, Harold faced an impossible choice. Keep thousands of men away from their farms indefinitely, or dismiss them before winter. He chose necessity. Late in the summer, much of the army returned home. The fleet also dispersed. Supplies had grown scarce. Morale weakened. Perhaps William would not invade after all. Perhaps another year. People relaxed. Only slightly. Only briefly. History enjoys such moments. In September 1066, Harold Hardrada's fleet reached northern England. The ships entered the Humber estuary before sailing inland along broad rivers toward Yorkshire. Villagers watched in disbelief. Dark sails filled the horizon. Longships. Hundreds of them. The old nightmares had returned. Church bells rang urgently. Messengers galloped south carrying alarming news. The Vikings had come. Again. Harold and Tostig landed near the village of Rickcall. Their army marched confidently toward York. Local English Earls Edwin and Morcar hurried to intercept them. These brothers commanded northern England's defenses. They gathered available forces quickly. Perhaps too quickly. The two armies met near Fulford on September 20th. The battlefield lay beside marshy ground where the River Ouse curved through open countryside. Imagine standing there at dawn. Mist drifts above wetlands. Autumn grass bends beneath cool wind. Crows gather quietly upon distant trees as though sensing what the day will bring. The English line forms steadily. Shields overlap. Spears point forward. Behind them stand farmers, craftsmen, professional housecarls, and local nobles. Across the field, the Norwegians advance. Experienced veterans. Scarred warriors. Men who have crossed half of Europe chasing glory. Harold rides among them. His great banner, known as Land Waster, flutters proudly in the breeze. The name alone inspires little optimism. The battle begins. At first, evenly. English resistance proves stubborn. Shield walls hold. Axes rise and fall. The sound of iron striking wood echoes across the marshes. But Harold recognizes opportunity. The marsh constrains English movement. Norwegian forces exploit the terrain with practiced discipline. Gradually, the English line begins bending, then breaking. Once panic appears, it spreads with astonishing speed. Retreat becomes flight. The Norwegians pursue relentlessly. By evening, Yorkshire belongs to Harold. York itself soon agrees to submit. The city promises hostages. Harold has won a magnificent victory. His men celebrate. Campfires flicker beneath cool autumn skies. Ale flows generously. Stories already begin growing larger with every retelling. Tomorrow, they believe, England will surrender completely. Harold cannot know that only a few days remain in his remarkable life. Far to the south, Harold Godwin's son finally receives the news. The Vikings have invaded. York has fallen. His brother fights beside them. England faces destruction from the north. William remains waiting in Normandy. Harold has no time to think about him. The English king makes a decision that will astonish history. He gathers his household troops, calls every available soldier, and begins one of the most extraordinary forced marches ever undertaken in medieval Europe. Nearly 200 miles. In little more than a week. Toward an enemy who believes victory is already secure. The race for England has entered its next chapter. And somewhere beyond the North Sea, ravens are already circling over another battlefield not yet stained with blood. The Lightning March and the Battle of Stamford Bridge. Some victories begin with speed. Not superior numbers. Not better weapons. Not brilliant speeches delivered beneath fluttering banners. Simply, speed. In the autumn of 1066, King Harold Godwin's son made a decision so bold that even today military historians pause to admire it. Instead of waiting, instead of gathering every available soldier, instead of carefully planning a long campaign, he marched. Immediately. Imagine London in late September. The first hints of autumn color have begun appearing among the trees surrounding the city. The mornings arrive colder now. Thin mist rises from the Thames before the sun burns it away. Church bells ring as usual. Market stalls open before dawn. Bakers pull dark loaves from hot ovens. The smell of fresh bread mixes with wood smoke drifting through narrow streets. Then the messengers arrive. Their horses are exhausted. Foam clings to their necks. Mud cakes their boots from hundreds of miles of desperate riding. The Vikings have landed. York has surrendered. Harold Hardrada is marching through northern England. The news spreads quickly. Fear always travels faster than certainty. Within hours, people are whispering in markets, taverns, churches, and workshops. Another Viking army. After generations. Some older men quietly remember stories told by their grandfathers. Stories of monasteries burning. Stories of dragon ships appearing with the morning tide. Stories everyone hoped belonged to the past. Apparently, history had decided otherwise. Harold listens carefully. There is remarkably little panic. He has always possessed the ability to remain calm when everyone around him grows anxious. That quality serves him well now. He studies maps, questions his messengers, calculates distances. Time matters more than anything else. If Harold Hardrada secures northern England, thousands more supporters may join him. Every day strengthens the Norwegian position. Waiting becomes impossible. So Harold orders one of the fastest military marches of the Middle Ages. His household troops, the famous housecarls, prepare immediately. These are England's professional warriors. Unlike the temporary militia, they fight year-round. They train constantly. They carry impressive equipment. Most famously, they wield the enormous Danish battle axe. Imagine such a weapon. Its long wooden shaft reaches nearly shoulder height. Its broad steel blade gleams even beneath cloudy skies. Swinging it effectively requires extraordinary strength. A skilled housecarl can split shields, break spear shafts, even cut through armor under the right circumstances. Modern films often exaggerate medieval combat. Reality hardly requires embellishment. A determined man with a two-handed axe remains a deeply persuasive argument. The housecarls gather outside London. Mail armor jingles softly as men adjust belts and helmets. Leather boots sink slightly into damp earth. Horses stamp impatiently nearby. Supplies are packed. Bread, cheese, salted meat, ale. Not luxurious, but sufficient. There is little ceremony. No elaborate farewell. The king gives his orders. The army begins moving north. The distance is astonishing. Nearly 200 miles. Modern travelers think little of such journeys. A few hours by motorway. Perhaps longer by train. In 1066, it represented an extraordinary challenge. Roads were rough. Bridges few. Weather unpredictable. Soldiers marched beneath heavy equipment. Yet Harold pushed relentlessly. Some estimates suggest his army covered nearly 20 miles each day. Occasionally even more. Imagine the rhythm. Boots striking packed earth. The steady clink of mail armor. Horse hooves beating against muddy roads. Men breathing heavily beneath the weight of shields and weapons. Morning. March. Brief rest. March again. Evening camp. Sleep. Then repeat. Again. 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 Villages watched the army pass. Children ran alongside for a few moments before exhausted mothers called them back. Farmers paused harvesting to stare. Some cheered. Others crossed themselves. Many silently wondered whether these men would ever return. History often feels grand when viewed from a distance. Up close, it is mostly tired feet. The weather favored Harold. Cool temperatures reduced exhaustion. Autumn fields stretched golden beside the roads. Apple orchards bent beneath ripe fruit. Leaves drifted gently from ancient oak trees. It might almost have been peaceful, were it not for the thousands of armed men hurrying north. Among the soldiers, conversations varied. Some joked quietly. Humor survives remarkably well even in dangerous circumstances. Others marched silently, conserving energy. Veterans checked their equipment constantly. Young men wondered what battle would actually feel like. No amount of training truly answers that question. You only understand combat once arrows begin falling. Harold himself rode frequently along the column, speaking briefly, offering encouragement, checking progress. His men admired that. A king who shared hardship inspired confidence. One who remained comfortably behind the lines inspired considerably less. Leadership, in the 11th century, remained wonderfully direct. If your soldiers became exhausted, you became exhausted too. Meanwhile, far to the north, victory had made Harold Hardrada comfortable. Perhaps too comfortable. Following the triumph at Fulford, York agreed to submit. Hostages would be delivered. Supplies gathered. Formal arrangements completed. Harold scheduled the exchange for September 25th near a place called Stamford Bridge. It seemed sensible, orderly, routine. The Norwegian army expected cooperation, not another battle. Many soldiers even left portions of their armor behind aboard the ships because the day promised warm weather. Male shirts become remarkably uncomfortable after hours beneath the autumn sun. Besides, who expected serious resistance? England, they believed, had already been defeated. Confidence can be useful. Overconfidence, rather less so. The morning of September 25th dawned bright and unusually warm. Mist slowly lifted from the River Derwent. The countryside around Stamford Bridge appeared almost idyllic. Rolling fields, scattered trees, quiet farms, a stone bridge crossing clear water. Birdsong drifted through cool air. Nothing suggested history was about to change. The Norwegian camp stirred lazily. Breakfast fires burned. Men laughed. Some cleaned weapons. Others stretched sore muscles after days of campaigning. Harold himself wore a blue cloak over lighter equipment. Without his heavy mail, he expected negotiations. Perhaps a ceremonial exchange. Certainly not immediate combat. Then, someone noticed dust. Far to the south. At first, only a faint gray line rising above the road. Perhaps travelers. Perhaps local farmers. The dust grew larger. Closer. Soon individual horsemen became visible. Then banners. Then hundreds. Then thousands. The impossible slowly became undeniable. The English army had arrived. Harold had marched nearly 200 miles in astonishing time. The Norwegians were caught completely by surprise. Imagine the confusion. Men scrambling toward abandoned armor. Commanders shouting contradictory orders. Messengers galloping desperately between scattered units. Some soldiers still eating breakfast. Others searching frantically for helmets left back at the ships. Moments earlier they expected peaceful negotiations. Now, the King of England stood only minutes away. Harold Hardrada reacted quickly. To his immense credit, experienced commanders understand that surprise demands immediate action. He gathered available troops rapidly, formed battle lines, positioned men near the bridge. The Norwegians would fight. Ready or not, Harold's army emerged steadily across the fields. The housecarls marched at the center, their great axes resting upon broad shoulders. The FYRD followed. Less experienced perhaps, but determined. Harold himself rode forward beneath his royal banner. Some chronicles claim he offered terms. Tostig, his estranged brother, would receive forgiveness if he abandoned Harold. Imagine that conversation. Two brothers, separated by ambition, standing on opposite sides of an approaching battle. History rarely offers easy family reunions. Tostig reportedly asked, "And what will Harold Hardrada receive?" Harold's answer became legendary. 7 feet of English ground. Then, after a brief pause, or perhaps a little more, since he is taller than most men. Whether those exact words were spoken, no one can prove. They certainly sound memorable. Medieval chroniclers appreciated memorable dialogue. Harold declined. Naturally, some disagreements have already passed beyond diplomacy. The battle began. One of history's most famous episodes occurred almost immediately. According to tradition, a single gigantic Norwegian warrior defended Stamford Bridge alone. Standing upon the narrow crossing with a great axe, he supposedly held back dozens of English soldiers. Every man attempting to cross met the same fate. Shield shattered, helmet split, body falling into the river below. For precious minutes, perhaps longer, this lone warrior delayed the entire English advance. Whether every detail is perfectly accurate hardly matters. The story survives because it captures something true about medieval warfare. Individual courage sometimes genuinely changed battles. Eventually, an English soldier floated beneath the bridge in a barrel or small boat. Looking upward through gaps between the wooden planks, he thrust his spear into the defender. The great warrior fell. The bridge belonged to Harold. History seldom remembers his name, only his courage. There is something strangely beautiful about that. Now the main battle erupted. Steel clashed against steel. Axes crashed into shields. Spears splintered. War cries echoed across open fields. The peaceful September morning vanished beneath violence. Harold Hardrada fought in the front ranks. As always, kings of this era often led personally. It was dangerous. It was expected. Suddenly, an English arrow struck him. It pierced his throat. The great Norwegian king collapsed. One moment he commanded an army. The next, he lay dying upon English grass. The last great Viking king had fallen. His famous banner, Land Waster, dipped uncertainly before disappearing into the chaos. News spread rapidly through the Norwegian ranks. Their king was dead. Some formations wavered. Others fought harder than ever. Desperation often replaces discipline after such losses. Tostig refused to surrender. He continued fighting beside the remaining Norwegians. Reinforcements finally arrived from the ships. Still wearing pieces of armor hurriedly thrown over exhausted bodies after running miles to the battlefield. The fighting became fierce once again. For a moment, it almost seemed possible the Norwegians might recover. But exhaustion claimed them. So did numbers. So did Harold's disciplined housecarls. Gradually, the Norwegian line broke, then collapsed. Men fled toward the river. Others ran desperately for the ships. Many never reached them. By evening, the battlefield belonged entirely to Harold. Harold Hardrada was dead. Tostig was dead. Thousands of Norwegian warriors lay scattered across the fields around Stamford Bridge. The invasion had ended. It was one of the greatest victories ever achieved by an English king. Modern historians often describe Stamford Bridge as the symbolic end of the Viking Age. That may simplify history somewhat. Yet there is undeniable poetry in the idea. The era that began centuries earlier with Scandinavian longships terrifying Europe had reached its final magnificent chapter. Not quietly, but gloriously. Harold surveyed the battlefield. Victory belonged to him. His men celebrated. They had saved England. Or so they believed. The surviving Norwegians received permission to leave. So many ships had carried them to England. Now, according to later tradition, only about 24 were needed to carry the survivors home. The rest remained empty. A haunting image. Wooden hulls rocking gently upon autumn waves, waiting for men who would never return. That night, Campfires flickered across the English countryside. Soldiers rested. Some slept immediately from exhaustion. Others cleaned blood from armor. Priests walked quietly among the wounded. The smell of smoke mixed with damp earth and iron. Harold must have felt immense relief. He had marched farther than almost any medieval army. Defeated one of Europe's greatest warriors. Saved his kingdom. Surely now England could breathe again. Then another messenger arrived. His horse was nearly dead from riding. His face pale. His words simple. "The Normans have landed." William had crossed the Channel. Harold had won one battle. Now he faced another. Far to the south. History's most famous battlefield was waiting. William crosses the Channel, the Norman landing, while Harold Godwin's son stood victorious among the fallen at Stamford Bridge. The wind finally changed. Sometimes history waits for kings. Sometimes it waits for weather. In September of 1066, the fate of England depended as much upon invisible currents of air as upon swords, crowns, or ancient promises. For weeks, William had watched the sky. Every morning he stepped outside his palace or walked the beaches of Normandy, looking toward the English Channel. His shipwrights had completed their work. His horses were ready. His knights had sharpened their swords until the edges gleamed in the autumn sun. Everything was prepared. Everything. Except the wind. To modern people, delayed travel is usually an inconvenience. A postponed flight. A cancelled train. Perhaps an apologetic email and an overpriced sandwich while waiting at the airport. In the 11th century, the weather could decide whether kingdoms survived. An unfavorable wind trapped entire fleets inside harbors. Ships could not simply point wherever they wished. They obeyed nature. Nature was not interested in politics. Imagine the Norman coast in early September. The beaches are alive with activity unlike anything seen in generations. Thousands of men move through sprawling camps stretching along the shoreline. The air smells of pine timber, fresh rope, horse sweat, smoke, salted meat, and the sea itself. Everywhere there is movement. Blacksmiths hammer glowing iron into horseshoes. Carpenters repair wagon wheels. Priests bless soldiers. Merchants negotiate prices for grain and ale. Stable boys calm nervous horses. Sailmakers stitch enormous pieces of linen, while the wind repeatedly tries to undo their work. Children from nearby villages sneak toward the camps just to glimpse the famous Norman knights. To them, it must have resembled another city suddenly appearing beside the sea. An entire kingdom waiting for permission from the sky. William had spent months preparing this expedition. Nothing about it was accidental. Contrary to romantic paintings, medieval invasions were not simply enthusiastic men climbing aboard boats and hoping for the best. Transporting an army across open water demanded astonishing organization. Every horse required space. Every knight needed food. Every archer carried arrows that had to remain dry. Every ship needed experienced sailors. Fresh water had to be stored. Replacement weapons packed. Tools loaded for building temporary camps after landing. Imagine trying to move an entire town across the sea. Without engines. Without modern navigation. Without reliable weather forecasts. It bordered on miraculous. William reportedly assembled between 600 and 700 ships. Some chroniclers claimed far more. Medieval writers occasionally treated numbers with cheerful optimism. Still, the fleet was enormous. Fishing boats, cargo vessels, specially constructed horse transports, long, broad ships carrying armored knights. Their hulls lined the beaches almost beyond sight. Masts rose like forests. Colorful banners fluttered gently above them. If you had stood on the cliffs overlooking the harbor, The sea itself might have seemed to disappear beneath wooden hulls. At the center of this vast undertaking stood one remarkable vessel, William's flagship. According to tradition, it was named the Mora, a gift from his wife, Matilda. Imagine her watching the preparations from a distance. She understood exactly what was happening. If William failed, everything they had built together could collapse. Their children might lose their inheritance. Normandy itself could descend once more into civil war. If he succeeded, their family would rule one of Europe's richest kingdoms. The stakes extended far beyond one ambitious duke. The Mora itself became famous. Its prow reportedly carried the figure of a small boy pointing toward England with one hand while blowing a horn with the other. A symbolic image. Forward. Always forward. One wonders whether William ever looked at that carved figure during the long days of waiting. Perhaps he smiled. Perhaps he simply continued studying the wind. The waiting tested everyone. Soldiers grow restless surprisingly quickly. An idle army invents problems. Arguments begin. Supplies disappear. Discipline weakens. Rumors spread. Every evening around countless campfires, conversations returned to the same question. When do we sail? No one knew. Some claimed God delayed them. Others blamed changing tides. Experienced sailors shrugged. The wind decides. William refused to rush. His patience, developed during the dangerous years of his childhood, served him once again. He had survived because he understood timing. Charging forward at the wrong moment could destroy everything. Better to wait. Better to endure frustration. Better to invade once, then fail forever. Meanwhile, strange stories began circulating. People noticed unusual events in the sky. Animals behaved oddly. Priests discussed mysterious signs. Then came the comet. In April of 1066, months before the invasion, a brilliant comet had appeared overhead. Today we know it as Halley's Comet. To medieval Europe, it looked like heaven itself had written a warning across the night sky. Imagine standing beneath that darkness. No electric lights. No city glow. Only thousands upon thousands of stars. Then suddenly, a blazing object with a long luminous tail stretching across the heavens. People stared in silence. Some prayed. Some wept. Some believed the end of the world approached. Others interpreted the comet as a sign that kings would fall. History loves symbolism. The famous Bayeux Tapestry, created only years after these events, even depicts frightened Englishmen gazing upward as the comet burns above them. Of course, the comet favored no one. It simply followed its orbit. Nature rarely takes political sides. Human beings happily do so on its behalf. Norman supporters later insisted the comet foretold William's victory. English writers suggested rather different interpretations. Everyone agreed on one thing. Something extraordinary was about to happen. Then, at last, the weather changed. Late in September, favorable winds finally began blowing from the south. Experienced sailors recognized the opportunity immediately. This was it. Trumpets echoed through the camps. Horses were carefully led aboard transport ships. Barrels rolled across wooden gangplanks. Bundles of arrows disappeared into cargo holds. Priests offered hurried blessings. Hundreds of vessels stretched across the channel beneath a sky glowing with the final colors of sunset. And terrifying. Night fell. The sea disappeared into darkness. Only scattered lanterns marked the positions of neighboring ships. Sailors listened carefully to waves striking wooden hulls. Officers strained their eyes searching for landmarks invisible beyond the night. Some soldiers prayed quietly. Others slept despite everything. Exhaustion often defeats anxiety. William reportedly ordered a lantern hung high upon the mast of the Mora so the fleet could follow its flagship through the darkness. For hours, nothing existed beyond wind, water, and hope. By dawn, something seemed wrong. The flagship sailed almost alone. William looked around. Where had the fleet gone? Had storms scattered them? Had ships turned back? Had England somehow swallowed his invasion before it even arrived? The silence must have been dreadful. Then, a lookout shouted. Behind them. Far behind. The fleet appeared. William's ship had simply sailed faster than the rest. The soldiers laughed with relief. One imagines William allowing himself the smallest smile. Perhaps. On the morning of September 28, 1066, the Norman fleet reached England. The landing took place at Pevensey on the southern coast. Remarkably, no English army waited. Harold was still hundreds of miles away after Stamford Bridge. The beaches lay almost deserted. Norman soldiers stepped ashore cautiously, expecting resistance, finding only sand. The first wave secured the shoreline. Archers spread out. Knights disembarked carefully. Horses, understandably unimpressed by sea travel, were coaxed down wooden ramps onto English soil. Some stumbled. Others snorted impatiently. Few medieval horses had ever crossed an ocean. For them, this was simply another strange day. William himself reportedly stumbled while stepping onto the beach. He fell forward, his hands sinking into the wet English sand. For one horrifying moment, nearby soldiers froze. A bad omen? Had their leader literally fallen at the first step? William reacted instantly. Scooping up 2 handfuls of earth, he reportedly declared, "See, by the splendor of God, I have taken possession of England with both my hands." Whether he truly spoke those exact words hardly matters. It was brilliant leadership. An accident became a prophecy. Confidence is contagious. So is fear. William chose confidence. His men followed. The Normans immediately began constructing a wooden fortification at Pevensey, then another at Hastings. They did not simply camp. They fortified. Every movement reflected careful planning. Timber was cut from nearby forests. Earthworks rose rapidly. Supply depots were established. Scouting parties explored the countryside. Discipline remained strict. William knew the hardest part still lay ahead. Landing was only the beginning. Conquering England would require Harold's defeat. Nothing less. Nearby villages watched nervously. Farmers hid livestock. Families gathered valuables. Some fled inland. Others remained, hoping the strangers would pass peacefully. Most had never seen Norman knights before. Their language sounded unfamiliar. Their armor different. Their banners strange. England had received visitors. Whether they proved temporary guests or permanent rulers would soon be decided. Far to the north, Harold finally received another exhausted messenger. The Vikings had been defeated. Yes. But now another army had landed in Sussex. William had crossed. The Norman Duke stood upon English soil. Harold had barely allowed his soldiers to rest after Stamford Bridge. Many were wounded. All were exhausted. Yet once again, England needed its king. There would be no time to recover. No time to celebrate victory. No time to mourn the dead. Harold turned south. The race had begun again. One army marched down England. Another waited patiently in Sussex. Between them lay history's most famous battlefield. The quiet hill near Hastings did not yet know its destiny. The crows perched peacefully in the trees. Autumn leaves drifted across empty fields. Morning dew glistened on untouched grass. Within weeks, that same ground would drink the blood of thousands. And England would never be the same again. The march to Hastings, 2 kings, 1 crown. There are moments in history when 2 men, separated by only a few dozen miles, unknowingly shape the lives of millions who will never know their names. Early October, 1066, was one of those moments. Harold Godwin's son marched south. William of Normandy waited. Between them stretched forests glowing with autumn color, quiet villages preparing for winter, grazing sheep that knew nothing of kings, and rolling hills that had witnessed centuries of ordinary harvests. Soon, those same hills would witness one of the most famous battles ever fought. The English countryside looked deceptively peaceful. Morning mist drifted lazily through ancient oak forests. Red and golden leaves floated down onto narrow roads worn smooth by generations of travelers. Farmers hurried to gather the final grain before cold weather arrived. Women hung damp wool blankets outside cottages where wood smoke curled from thatched roofs. Children chased chickens through muddy farmyards. Life continued with remarkable stubbornness. That is one of history's quiet truths. Even while kingdoms collapse, someone still has to milk the cows. Harold had barely finished celebrating victory at Stamford Bridge. In truth, there had been almost no celebration at all. His army was exhausted. Many of his finest housecarls carried fresh wounds. Others limped painfully after marching nearly 200 miles north, fighting one of Europe's greatest warriors, and now preparing to march almost the same distance south again. Imagine the fatigue. Armor rubbed raw against bruised shoulders. Boots, soaked by autumn rain, had begun to wear through. Muscles ached constantly. Many soldiers had slept little more than a few hours at a time for weeks. Some had lost close friends in Yorkshire only days earlier. Now another battle awaited. Even victory has a cost. Harold knew it. His men certainly knew it. Still, he marched. Some historians have questioned this decision. Why not wait? Why not gather reinforcements? Why not allow the northern soldiers time to recover? They are fair questions. Harold almost certainly asked himself the same ones. But waiting carried dangers of its own. Every day William remained in Sussex strengthened the Norman position. His army gathered supplies, built stronger fortifications, received fresh intelligence, perhaps attracted local supporters, perhaps simply grew more confident. Meanwhile, Norman cavalry rode through the countryside collecting food, burning farms that resisted, and reminding the local population that England already had uninvited guests. Harold feared allowing the invasion to become permanent. Speed had defeated Harold Hardrada. Perhaps Speed could defeat William too. The march south felt different. There was no triumphant energy this time. Only determination. The roads stretched endlessly ahead. Villages welcomed the king enthusiastically, bringing bread, ale, cheese, and whatever food they could spare. Church bells rang whenever Harold passed. People cheered. Some knelt. Others reached out simply to touch the king's horse as he rode by. They believed he had already saved England once. Surely he would do so again. History often grants heroes impossible expectations. Along the route, Harold gathered fresh soldiers. The FYRD answered once more. Farmers left freshly harvested fields. Blacksmiths extinguished their forges. Millers abandoned water wheels. Hunters laid aside bows meant for deer and instead accepted spears meant for men. Not all these recruits possessed military experience. Many had never stood inside a shield wall. Some had never traveled more than 20 miles from home. Now they marched beside professional warriors toward an uncertain future. Imagine being one of them. Perhaps you are 19 years old. Only weeks earlier, your greatest concern involved repairing the roof before winter storms. Now you carry a spear almost taller than yourself. You walk beside strangers. Ahead waits an army of foreign knights whose language you cannot even understand. Courage often looks remarkably ordinary. Meanwhile, William wasted no time. The Norman army spread across Sussex with disciplined efficiency. Scouting parties explored roads leading toward London. Foraging detachments gathered food from surrounding villages. Engineers strengthened the wooden castles rising at Pevensey and Hastings. Messengers rode constantly between commanders. William inspected everything personally. He had always believed leadership required visibility. His soldiers saw him daily, talking with knights, examining horses, reviewing supplies, checking weapons. He trusted very little to chance, because chance had tried to kill him repeatedly since childhood. He preferred preparation. The Norman camp itself resembled a temporary city. Thousands of tents stretched across open fields. Cooking fires burned from dawn until long after sunset. The smell of roasting meat drifted through cool evening air. Blacksmiths repaired damaged armor. Fletchers bundled fresh arrows. Farriers checked horses' hooves after the difficult sea crossing. Priests moved quietly among the soldiers hearing confessions. Many knights sought forgiveness before battle. Not because they expected to behave peacefully. Quite the opposite. One chronicler remarked that the Norman army appeared both deeply religious and thoroughly prepared for violence. The two ideas did not seem contradictory to them. William also understood something else. Morale mattered. His men had crossed the sea voluntarily. Many expected land and wealth as reward. Some hoped for titles. Others dreamed simply of surviving long enough to return home richer than they had arrived. William encouraged those dreams. Victory, he reminded them, would transform their lives. England was wealthy. Its farmland fertile. Its monasteries prosperous. Its noble estates extensive. Fight well. And fortunes awaited. Nothing motivates quite like possibility. Harold's army finally reached London. The city welcomed him as a savior. Crowds lined the streets despite cold autumn rain. Westminster Abbey's bells echoed across the Thames. Priests offered blessings. Citizens cheered until voices grew hoarse. For one brief evening, Harold rested. Perhaps. At least more than he had in weeks. His advisors urged caution. Many recommended waiting. Fresh troops from the north still lagged behind. Additional reinforcements continued arriving. London itself possessed strong defenses. Why leave them? Why meet William immediately? The arguments were sensible. Harold listened carefully. Then made his decision. He would march south again. Immediately. His personality left little room for hesitation. He believed decisive action solved problems. It had worked against Harold Hardrada. He trusted it once more. William soon learned Harold was coming. Norman scouts rode back with astonishing speed. The English king approaches. Exactly what William had hoped. He did not want to besiege London. He did not want months of uncertainty. He wanted one battle. One decisive victory. One opportunity to settle every competing claim beneath open skies. He selected his ground carefully. Near the town of Hastings lay a long ridge. High enough to provide defensive advantage. Open enough for cavalry to maneuver. Accessible from nearby roads. Today historians call it Senlac Hill. Whether contemporaries use that exact name remains uncertain. The hill itself hardly cared. For centuries it had watched sheep graze peacefully upon its slopes. Now, it waited for armies. The English arrived first. Harold recognized excellent defensive terrain immediately. His exhausted soldiers climbed the ridge and began forming a long shield wall. Imagine standing there on the evening before battle. The view stretches across gently rolling countryside. Forests darken the horizon. Small streams glimmer beneath fading sunlight. The air smells of damp leaves and distant wood smoke. Below, the Norman camp slowly comes into view. Hundreds of campfires appear one after another as darkness falls, like stars rising from the earth instead of the sky. Between the two armies lies only silence. For now, night settles over Sussex. In the English camp, the atmosphere is surprisingly calm. The housecarls inspect their great axes. Mail shirts are carefully repaired. Shields receive fresh leather bindings. Some soldiers quietly sharpen blades beside small fires. Others kneel while priests offer prayers. Many simply sleep. Exhaustion eventually defeats fear. Harold walks among his men, speaking softly, encouraging veterans, greeting new recruits. His presence reassures them. He has never lost a battle. Not yet. Nearby, someone begins singing an old English song. Others quietly join. The melody drifts across the hill before disappearing into the darkness. The Norman camp feels different. Livelier. More restless. Knights check saddles repeatedly. Horses snort and stamp impatiently. Armorers continue working by torchlight long after midnight. William meets privately with his commanders. He explains tomorrow's plan carefully. Archers first. Infantry second. Cavalry last. Each part must support the next. Discipline will decide everything. He reminds them of England's wealth, of God's justice, of Harold's alleged broken oath. Every commander leaves understanding precisely what is expected. Organization remains William's greatest strength. Late that night, William reportedly rides quietly through the camp. Not speaking much. Simply observing. He watches sleeping soldiers wrapped in wool blankets. Listens to horses shifting inside makeshift enclosures. Feels the cool autumn wind moving across English fields. Somewhere beyond the darkness, Harold waits. Two men. Both convinced they are right. Both respected by their followers. Both carrying the hopes of entire kingdoms. By tomorrow evening, one of them will be dead. The other will become one of history's most famous kings. Neither yet knows which. As dawn approaches on October 14th, 1066, a pale mist settles over Senlac Hill. The grass sparkles with dew. Birds begin singing as they always have. Nature offers no sign that this morning differs from countless others. Yet before the sun sets, thousands of men will lie dead upon these quiet slopes. England will change forever. And the name William the Bastard will begin disappearing from history. In its place, the world will remember another title. William the Conqueror. But first, he must earn it. The Battle of Hastings, morning, the shield wall. Before the shouting, there was birdsong. It is one of history's quiet ironies. On the morning of October 14th, 1066, as two armies prepared to decide the fate of England, the countryside awoke exactly as it always had. Blackbirds called from hedgerows. Crows circled lazily above autumn fields. A fox disappeared into the edge of the forest after a long night of hunting. Dew clung to every blade of grass covering Senlac Hill. The earth did not know it was about to become famous. Or perhaps, it simply did not care. Nature has witnessed far too many battles to be impressed by another. The first pale light crept across the eastern horizon. Mist drifted through the shallow valleys below the ridge. The English camp stirred quietly. There was remarkably little conversation. Veteran soldiers often become quieter before battle. There are only so many times one can sharpen a sword or adjust a helmet strap before words become unnecessary. Harold rose early. Perhaps he had slept. Perhaps not. Chroniclers rarely tell us whether kings actually rested before battles. One imagines sleep would have been difficult. Somewhere below the hill waited an army unlike any England had faced. Not Vikings. Not rebellious earls. An organized continental force led by perhaps the most determined man in Europe. Harold knew exactly what failure would mean. He also knew retreat was impossible. There was nowhere else to go. Behind him lay England. Ahead, William. The English soldiers gathered along the crest of the ridge. Imagine standing there. The ground rises steadily beneath your boots. Behind you, gentle woodland stretches toward London. Before you, the land slopes downward in broad open fields. The morning mist slowly lifts. Gradually, the Norman army appears. Thousands of tiny shapes becoming clearer with every passing minute. First banners. Then horses. Then shields catching the sunlight. Then entire formations stretching across the valley floor. It must have looked endless. A moving wall of steel and color. Harold organized his army carefully. The strongest warriors occupied the center. The famous housecarls. Professional soldiers. Men who had fought together for years. Many still carried scars from Stamford Bridge. Their mail shirts reached nearly to their knees. Iron helmets covered their heads. Most carried the great Danish axe. Others bore swords at their belts. These were not inexperienced farmers. These were veterans. Around them stood the FYRD. Ordinary Englishmen summoned from farms, villages, and towns. Some wore mail inherited through generations. Many possessed only thick wool clothing reinforced with leather. Their shields varied enormously. Some freshly painted. Others cracked from years of use. A few clearly repaired multiple times. Yet despite differences in equipment, they shared one enormous advantage: terrain. Harold had chosen well. The English formed the famous shield wall. Imagine hundreds, then thousands, of wooden shields locking tightly together. Round shields, painted with simple designs: red, yellow, blue. Natural wood, each overlapping the next. No gaps. No openings. Just one long wooden barrier stretching across the hilltop. Behind the first rank stood another. Then another. Spears projected between shields. Axes rested ready upon broad shoulders. The formation resembled less an army, and more a living fortress. Breaking it would prove extraordinarily difficult, provided everyone remained disciplined. That last condition would become rather important. Harold positioned himself near the center beneath his royal banner. The famous fighting man's standard, golden upon the wind. Nearby also flew the sacred banner known as the Dragon of Wessex. Its long cloth twisted gently in the cool morning breeze. To the English soldiers, those banners represented far more than decoration. As long as they remained standing, the king still fought. The battle still continued. Hope still existed. Lose the banner, and panic might spread faster than any cavalry charge. Below the hill, William arranged his own army. Unlike the English, the Normans fought as three distinct groups. On the left stood the Bretons, warriors from Brittany, experienced, hardy, accustomed to difficult campaigning. On the right assembled soldiers from Picardy and other regions of northern France. The center belonged to William's own Normans, his finest troops, his household knights, the men who had followed him through years of war. Each division possessed infantry, archers, cavalry, a balanced force. William intended every part to support the others. His army reflected the administrative discipline he had spent decades building. Nothing had been left to improvisation. The cavalry drew immediate attention. Imagine the horses. Large by medieval standards. Powerfully built. Their breath formed white clouds in the chilly morning air. Many wore protective coverings over their necks and chests. Their riders appeared equally formidable. Mail armor shimmered beneath the rising sun. Long kite-shaped shields hung from their left arms. Lances rested upright like a forest of polished ashwood. Some helmets bore simple nose guards. Others displayed small decorations identifying noble families. These mounted knights represented something England had rarely encountered on such a scale. The Anglo-Saxons relied primarily upon infantry. William intended to demonstrate what disciplined cavalry could accomplish, if the terrain allowed it. Before the fighting began, priests moved among both armies. Crosses were raised, blessings spoken, confessions heard. Thousands of men prayed to the same God. For opposite outcomes, one cannot help noticing the contradiction. The Norman priests proclaimed God's support for William's rightful claim. The English clergy prayed for England's protection. Heaven, apparently, received competing requests that morning. History never records which prayer arrived first. William himself looked remarkably calm. He rode a magnificent horse said to have been a gift from Spain. He wore excellent mail armor, a polished helmet, a sword at his side. Unlike many rulers who directed battles from comfortable distances, William intended to fight. Personally. He believed kings should be seen. His soldiers expected it. His enemies feared it. He rode slowly before the Norman lines, speaking to different units. Sometimes encouraging. Sometimes reminding them why they had crossed the sea. Land, honor, justice, opportunity, perhaps revenge. Every soldier carried his own reason. William merely united them. Across the hill, Harold did much the same. He knew many of the men by name. Years of campaigning had created genuine familiarity. He spoke quietly, confidently. There was no need for grand speeches. The situation explained itself. If the shield wall held, England survived. If it broke, everything changed. Simple. Brutally simple. The sun climbed higher. The mist disappeared. Both armies now saw one another clearly. No more uncertainty. No more rumors. Only reality. The distance separating them measured only a few hundred yards. Close enough to distinguish banners. Faces remained indistinct. Individual destinies hidden inside helmets and mail. Somewhere in the English lines stood fathers thinking of children left behind. Somewhere among the Normans rode younger sons hoping to earn enough land finally to establish families of their own. Many had never met. Within hours, some would kill each other. History often reduces battles to arrows moving across maps. Real battles consist of thousands of ordinary human lives intersecting violently for reasons far beyond individual control. A trumpet sounded from the Norman side. Deep. Clear. Another answered. Then another. The notes echoed across the valley. English horns responded from the ridge. A low growling chorus rolling through the autumn air. The horses shifted nervously. Men tightened grips upon spear shafts. Someone laughed unexpectedly. Fear sometimes emerges that way. Another man quietly kissed a small wooden cross hanging beneath his mail. The wind strengthened briefly. Banners snapped sharply overhead. Leaves danced across the hillside. Then, the first movement. Norman archers stepped forward. Hundreds of them. Perhaps more. They planted their feet carefully. Lifted long bows. Drew strings back until wood bent gracefully beneath the strain. Thousands of arrowheads glittered. For one suspended heartbeat. Everything became perfectly still. Even the birds seemed to vanish. William raised his hand. Held it there. Then lowered it. The sky darkened. Not with clouds. With arrows. They rose together in a vast curved arc. Beautiful. Terrible. Almost graceful. For a moment they seemed to float against the brilliant blue October sky. Then gravity claimed them. The Battle of Hastings had begun. The first volley struck the English shield wall with a sound unlike anything most soldiers had ever heard. Thousands of sharp impacts arriving almost simultaneously. Thunk. Crack. Thunk. Wood shuddered. Iron rang. A few men cried out. Many arrows simply buried themselves harmlessly into shields. Others skipped from helmets. Some lodged in the damp earth. Harold's position upon the ridge immediately proved valuable. The Norman archers fired upward. Many arrows lost momentum before reaching their targets. Instead of plunging downward with deadly force, they arrived at awkward angles. Some even fell almost harmlessly behind the English ranks. The shield wall barely moved. It absorbed the punishment. Steady. Silent. Patient. Below, the Norman archers loosed another volley. Then another. Again the arrows climbed into the sky like a flock of dark birds. Again they descended. Again the English line endured. William watched carefully. His first plan had failed to break the shield wall. No matter. That had never been the entire strategy. He raised his sword. The infantry began to advance. Slowly. Deliberately. Shield against shield. Step by step toward the waiting English wall. The real battle was only beginning. The Battle of Hastings, the Norman assaults, and the breaking of the shield wall. The first clash was not elegant. History has a habit of turning famous battles into paintings filled with noble poses, gleaming armor, and perfectly arranged banners fluttering beneath dramatic skies. Reality was louder, messier, far more exhausting. The Norman infantry climbed the slope beneath a rain of English insults, prayers, and the occasional thrown spear. Their boots slipped on damp grass. Heavy shields pressed against tired shoulders. Mail armor, so reassuring in theory, suddenly felt like carrying another man upon your back. Every step uphill demanded effort. Every breath became shorter. Gravity, it turned out, had quietly chosen England's side. Imagine standing among the first Norman ranks. Your heartbeat pounds inside your helmet. The world has narrowed until only three things exist. The shield in your left hand. The spear in your right. The wall of English shields waiting above. You can hear hundreds of men breathing. Thousands of boots crushing autumn grass. The jingling of mail. The snorting of frightened horses somewhere behind you. And above all, the steady roar growing from the English line. Not words. Not yet. Just voices merging into one enormous sound. It rolls down the hillside like distant thunder. Designed to unsettle. Designed to remind every approaching soldier that another human being intends to kill him before the day ends. It works. Fear is remarkably democratic. Kings feel it. Peasants feel it. Knights wrapped in expensive armor feel it just as surely as farmers carrying borrowed spears. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is simply continuing forward despite it. The Norman infantry reached the shield wall. Then, everything disappeared into chaos. Spears struck shields with explosive force. Wood splintered. Iron scraped against iron. Axes crashed downward with horrifying power. Men shoved desperately against one another. There was almost no room to swing swords properly. Battle became pushing, straining, stumbling, surviving. Imagine two enormous doors trying to occupy the same doorway. Neither wishes to move. Neither can easily retreat. Bodies press together until breathing itself becomes difficult. The English shield wall behaved exactly as Harold had hoped. It bent. But it did not break. Every fallen Englishman was immediately replaced. Second and third ranks stepped forward without hesitation. The line remained solid, like an ancient oak tree refusing to surrender to the wind. The housecarls earned their legendary reputation that morning. Their great Danish axes swung in wide, terrifying arcs whenever openings appeared. Unlike swords, which relied upon repeated cuts and thrusts, these axes ended arguments immediately. A single powerful blow could split a Norman shield. Another might smash a helmet. A third could sever the shaft of a charging lance. The weight behind each swing demanded tremendous strength. Fortunately, the housecarls possessed plenty of that. One Norman chronicler later admitted with reluctant admiration that the English axes cut down horse and rider together. Perhaps an exaggeration. Perhaps not. Medieval warfare rarely rewarded understatement. Still, even allowing for colorful storytelling, the Norman knights quickly learned to respect those enormous blades. Charging directly into them resembled introducing your horse to an enthusiastic lumberjack. Not generally recommended. William watched carefully from behind the front lines. His expression revealed little. Years of command had taught him patience. Battles unfolded slowly. Too slowly for anyone accustomed to modern warfare. Minutes stretched into hours. Victories rarely arrived all at once. They accumulated. A little ground here. A slight advantage there. One exhausted unit relieved by fresh troops. One successful push followed by another. William knew this. He resisted the temptation to panic. A leader who loses composure often spreads it faster than disease. The Norman archers continued shooting whenever opportunities appeared. Yet they remained frustrated. The hill worked against them. The shield wall remained stubborn. Arrows struck wood more often than flesh. Many simply disappeared harmlessly into the dense forest of overlapping shields. The English scarcely advanced. They scarcely retreated. They simply endured. Hour after hour. Imagine the physical strain. Holding a heavy shield continuously. Standing shoulder to shoulder with companions. Listening to iron hammering against wood. Smelling sweat. Blood. Mud. Wet leather. Smoke drifting from abandoned cooking fires now trampled beneath thousands of feet. Battle assaulted every sense simultaneously. There was no quiet corner. No safe distance. Only noise. Relentless noise. By late morning, William ordered the cavalry forward. This was the weapon England feared most. Hundreds of mounted knights lowered their lances together. The horses began walking, then trotting, then galloping. The earth itself seemed to tremble. Imagine seeing that from the English line. A wall of horses growing larger every second. Armor flashing beneath bright sunlight. colorful banners streaming backward, hooves pounding the ground with astonishing force. Few sights in medieval warfare inspired greater terror. Most armies broke before such a charge ever reached them. The English did not. Harold's command had been simple. Hold. No matter what. Hold. The first horses slammed into the shield wall. Lances shattered. Some knights tumbled violently from their saddles. Others found tiny gaps where spears and swords could strike. English axes rose and fell. Several horses, wounded or frightened, reared wildly before crashing backward into the riders behind them. Confusion spread. Momentum vanished. The charge dissolved into scattered individual fights. Again. The shield wall held. Below the hill, frustration began spreading through parts of the Norman army, especially among the Bretons on William's left flank. Repeated attacks had achieved almost nothing. The English still occupied the ridge. The casualties slowly increased. Armor grew heavier with sweat. Arms tired. Confidence weakened. Then, something happened. Perhaps someone shouted a false warning. Perhaps a horse collapsed unexpectedly. Perhaps simple exhaustion finally overwhelmed discipline. Whatever the cause, a section of the Breton line began falling back. At first, only a few men. Then dozens. Then hundreds. Retreat possesses a terrible momentum. One man steps backward. His neighbor assumes disaster. He retreats too. Soon entire formations begin moving without fully understanding why. Panic spreads astonishingly fast. The Norman left wing started running. The English saw it immediately. Victory! After hours of stubborn defense, the enemy finally broke. Excitement swept through portions of Harold's line. Against orders, some English soldiers surged downhill. Imagine the emotional release. 4 hours you have stood patiently while arrows rained upon you, while cavalry charged, while friends fell beside you. Now the enemy runs. Every instinct screams to pursue. Finish them. Drive them into the sea. Many did exactly that. Housecarls remained largely disciplined. But portions of the FYRD abandoned the shield wall. They chased fleeing Bretons down the slope. At first, it worked. The retreating Normans suffered heavy losses. English cheers echoed across the battlefield. Perhaps, for one glorious moment, some truly believed the battle had already been won. History often punishes premature celebration. William saw the danger instantly. If panic spread through his entire army, everything ended here. Normandy would lose its duke. England would remain English. Years of preparation would vanish beneath one disastrous afternoon. Then came one of the defining moments of William's life. Rumors suddenly spread that he had been killed. The retreat accelerated. Fear multiplied. William reacted without hesitation. He rode directly toward the fleeing soldiers. Then, he removed his helmet. Imagine the scene. Dust fills the air. Men are running in every direction. Confusion reigns. William pulls off his helmet so everyone can see his face. "I am here!" he reportedly shouted. "I am alive!" Then, pointing toward the English advancing recklessly downhill. "Look! The victory is still ours." Whether those exact words survived unchanged through history hardly matters. The effect certainly did. His soldiers saw him. Alive. Calm. Fear began fading. Order slowly returned. A living commander can rescue an army. A dead one rarely does. William immediately seized the opportunity. Instead of continuing the retreat, He ordered a sudden counterattack. The English pursuing downhill suddenly discovered they had chased not frightened prey, but experienced cavalry. The Norman knights wheeled around. Lances lowered once more. Fresh infantry joined them. The hunters became the hunted. Far from the protection of the shield wall, isolated English groups fought desperately. Many died where they stood. Others attempted to scramble back uphill. Few succeeded. The first gap had appeared in Harold's line. Not because William smashed the shield wall directly. Because excitement had tempted part of it to move. Discipline, even more than courage, wins battles. The afternoon stretched onward. Again the Normans attacked. Again the English resisted. Again casualties mounted on both sides. The October sun climbed overhead before beginning its slow descent toward the western horizon. Armor grew hot despite the cool season. Men fought with cracked lips and aching muscles. Many had long since thrown away broken spears, picking up weapons dropped by the dead. The hillside no longer resembled peaceful countryside. It had become churned mud. Broken shields. Discarded helmets. Bodies lying where they had fallen. The smell changed too. Fresh blood carries a sharp metallic scent, mixed with damp earth and trampled grass. It creates an odor few survivors ever forget. Crows gathered patiently in nearby trees. Nature once again prepared to reclaim what humans abandoned. William observed everything. One lesson stood out clearly. The English line could not be broken by strength alone. It had to be persuaded to break itself. He began repeating the tactic. Small, controlled withdrawals. Not genuine panic. Carefully managed retreats. The Normans would fall back just enough to tempt eager English soldiers into pursuit. Then, turn. Attack. Destroy those who left the safety of the ridge. Again. And again. Slowly. Almost imperceptibly. Harold's magnificent shield wall grew shorter. Thinner. More tired. The wall still stood. But every hour stole a little of its strength. The battle had entered its longest and most dangerous phase. Neither king yet knew it. But as the afternoon shadows lengthened, one final decision would soon determine the fate of England. And somewhere above the battlefield, the Norman archers were about to change the angle of their bows. The death of Harold and the fall of Anglo-Saxon England. By late afternoon, no one on Senlac Hill remembered what it felt like to be dry. Sweat-soaked padded tunics beneath heavy mail. Rain had never fallen that day. The dampness came from effort. From hours of climbing, pushing, swinging, surviving. The October sun, once bright above Sussex, had begun its slow journey toward the western horizon. Its light turned softer now, casting long shadows across the battlefield. Those shadows stretched over broken shields, splintered spear shafts, discarded helmets, and hundreds, then thousands, of men who would never again see another sunrise. The battle had lasted far longer than almost anyone expected. Neither army had collapsed. Neither king had yielded. Instead, both had simply continued, hour after exhausting hour. Imagine the sound. It was no longer the explosive crash of fresh armies meeting. That energy had burned away long ago. Now came something heavier, more deliberate. Axes striking already damaged shields. Labored breathing. The groans of wounded men unable to stand. Horses screaming after terrible injuries. The occasional command shouted above everything else. The battlefield had become a place where time itself seemed strangely distorted. Minutes felt like hours. Hours felt endless. Some soldiers later admitted they completely lost track of how long they had been fighting. Their entire world had shrunk to the few feet of ground immediately around them. Harold's army still occupied the ridge. The shield wall, though no longer perfect, remained formidable. Many of the original housecarls still stood around the king. Their mail was dented, their shields hacked almost beyond recognition. Several axes had broken and been replaced with captured Norman swords. Faces disappeared beneath blood, sweat, and dirt. Some of that blood belonged to the enemy. Some did not. Yet they remained. Steady. Determined. Loyal. These men had followed Harold for years. Some had fought beside him in Wales. Others in Northumbria. Only weeks earlier many had marched with him to Stamford Bridge. They had crossed England twice. Won one great victory. Now they defended their king upon an unfamiliar hill in Sussex. History often praises kings. It should perhaps praise exhausted bodyguards a little more. Below them, William continued adapting. That had always been his greatest strength. He rarely insisted upon one plan after circumstances changed. If something failed, he adjusted, then tried again. Repeatedly. His commanders gathered around him. They discussed the stubborn English defense. The shield wall still absorbed cavalry charges. The feigned retreats had weakened parts of the line but had not destroyed it completely. Time itself had become another enemy. The Normans could not continue losing men indefinitely. Something different was needed. William looked toward his archers. According to several later chroniclers, a simple instruction followed. Instead of firing directly into the shield wall, shoot higher. Much higher. Let the arrows climb above the English shields. Allow gravity to become an ally. Whether this order was spoken exactly that way, historians continue debating. What matters is that the next phase of the battle looked noticeably different. The Norman archers stepped forward once more. Their bows bent. Strings tightened. This time, they aimed toward the sky. Imagine hundreds of bowstrings releasing together. A deep vibrating sound. Almost musical. Thousands of arrows rose upward. Far higher than before. For a brief instant they glittered against the afternoon sunlight. Tiny black shapes drifting across brilliant blue. Then, they began falling almost vertically. The English shields, so effective against direct fire, could not protect every angle. Men instinctively looked upward. Some raised shields overhead. Others had no time. Arrows descended among tightly packed ranks. One struck a shoulder. Another pierced an unprotected neck. Another buried itself deep into the earth. Then another. And another. No medieval weapon guaranteed precision. War rarely works so neatly. Yet enough arrows found their marks. The English line flinched. For the first time that day, the shield wall seemed uncertain. Then came perhaps the most famous moment in the entire battle. Perhaps the most debated. Every schoolchild who studies Hastings eventually encounters the same image. A king. An arrow. An eye. The famous Bayeux tapestry appears to show Harold with an arrow striking his face. Nearby another figure is cut down by a Norman knight. A short Latin inscription simply reads, "Here King Harold was killed." Simple. Powerful. Infuriatingly ambiguous. Which figure is Harold? The man struck by the arrow? The man being cut down? Both? Neither? Nearly 1,000 years later, historians still argue. Imagine the battlefield itself. Dust fills the air. Arrows continue falling. Banners whip violently in the wind. Men shout in 3 different languages. Visibility comes and goes as soldiers surge forward and backward. If Harold were struck, who could observe exactly how? Who could later describe every detail accurately? Battlefields rarely produce reliable eyewitness journalism. They produce confusion, memory, legend. Perhaps an arrow struck Harold in the eye. Perhaps it struck his face somewhere else. Perhaps he received wounds before Norman knights reached him. Perhaps the arrow story developed later because it carried symbolic meaning. In medieval thought, a king who broke a sacred oath might fittingly lose the eye with which he had looked falsely upon his promises. Such symbolism appealed greatly to Norman writers. Reality may have been less poetic. What almost certainly happened is this. Harold died during the final stages of the battle. Near his banner, surrounded by his household warriors. Exactly how will probably remain one of history's permanent mysteries. Sometimes uncertainty survives longer than certainty. Imagine Harold during those final moments. He has fought almost the entire day. His arms ache from wielding sword and shield. His voice has grown hoarse from shouting commands. Around him, trusted companions continue falling one by one. Brothers, friends, veterans who stood beside him for years. The banner of Wessex still flies overhead. The dragon standard twists fiercely in the strengthening wind. Below the hill, the Normans gather for another assault. Harold knows. One more. Perhaps only one more. If the line holds, nightfall may save England. Darkness often ends medieval battles. Armies lose cohesion. Command becomes difficult. William understands this as well. He cannot allow the days simply to fade away. Everything depends upon one final effort. William commits nearly everything remaining. Fresh cavalry. Determined infantry. Archers continuing to rain arrows overhead. The Norman army surges uphill once again. This attack feels different. Not because it is larger. Because the English are finally tiring. Imagine trying to hold a heavy shield after 9 hours of combat. Your shoulders burn. Your hands cramp. Your legs tremble whenever another horse crashes into the line. Even courage eventually collides with exhaustion. Tiny gaps begin appearing. Not many. Only enough. A knight forces his horse between 2 shields. An infantryman follows. Another gap opens farther down the ridge. Then another. The shield wall no longer resembles one continuous barrier. It becomes clusters of desperate men fighting separate battles only yards apart. The unity that made it nearly invincible slowly disappears. Near the center, William's elite knights press toward Harold's position. Later Norman tradition named several men credited with striking the English king. Naturally, success attracts many volunteers after the fact. Whatever actually occurred, Harold's bodyguard fought ferociously. These housecarls understood their duty perfectly. Protect the king. Even if every one of them dies doing so. Many did. Axes rose and fell until exhausted arms could no longer lift them. Broken shields became clubs. Short swords replaced shattered spears. No one retreated willingly. This was the final stand of Anglo-Saxon England. They knew it. Somewhere amid the confusion, Harold fell. Whether pierced first by an arrow or overwhelmed by advancing knights. The result proved the same. The King of England lay dead. Almost immediately, those nearest him realized what had happened. The royal standards began wavering. One disappeared. Then another. Imagine witnessing that from farther down the line. For hours those banners represented certainty. Now, they are gone. No messenger is necessary. Every experienced soldier understands. The king has fallen. Hope changes shape almost instantly. The English resistance did not end immediately. Far from it. Many continued fighting long after Harold's death, especially the housecarls. Some formed small defensive circles around the fallen king. Others refused to abandon the ridge. Their loyalty outlived their commander. There is something profoundly moving about that. These men no longer fought for victory. They fought because loyalty required it. Because friendship required it. Because leaving would betray everything they believed about honor. History rarely remembers their names. It should. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, organized resistance finally collapsed. Groups of English soldiers retreated into nearby forests. Others fled toward London. Some simply dropped exhausted onto the hillside, unable to continue. The Normans pursued where they could. Not recklessly. William maintained remarkable discipline despite victory. He knew another danger remained. Victorious armies sometimes destroy themselves through uncontrolled pursuit. He refused to risk it. The battlefield, at last, belonged to Normandy. Silence arrived slowly. Not complete silence. Battlefields never become completely quiet. The wounded still called for water. Priests searched for survivors. Horses wandered riderless through broken formations. Crows descended cautiously from nearby trees. The wind carried away the smoke and dust that had hung over the ridge all afternoon. As darkness settled across Sussex, the scale of the battle finally became visible. Bodies covered the hillside in long, irregular lines. English, Norman, Breton, French. Rich men wearing expensive mail lay beside farmers carrying simple spears. Death showed remarkably little interest in social rank. William rode slowly across the battlefield. Imagine what he saw. The hill that had resisted him for an entire day. Now quiet. The English banners captured. The enemy king dead. His own soldiers cheering despite terrible losses. He had done it. The child once mocked as William the Bastard. The Duke who survived assassination plots, rebellions, and impossible odds. Had defeated the most powerful kingdom in the British Isles. Yet notice something important. He was not king. Not yet. Winning a battle and ruling a kingdom are entirely different challenges. England had lost its king. It had not necessarily accepted another. That difficult work was only beginning. Somewhere beneath the gathering darkness, Harold Godwin's son remained upon the field where he had fought. He had ruled England for less than 10 months. In that brief time he defeated the greatest Viking king of his age, only to fall against the greatest Norman commander of his generation. Few rulers have lived such extraordinary final weeks. History often remembers him simply as the king William defeated. He deserves rather more than that. He was brave, capable, decisive, perhaps unlucky, perhaps too confident, perhaps simply trapped by circumstances no ruler could have mastered. History is not always fair to those who lose. The night wind moved gently across Senlac Hill. The battle was over. The conquest had only just begun. From Duke to King, William claims the English crown. Victory is a curious thing. It often looks complete from a distance. A king lies dead. His army is scattered. The battlefield belongs to the conqueror. The story, surely, is finished. Except, it almost never is. On the evening of October 14th, 1066, William had won the greatest battle of his life. He had not yet won England. There is an important difference. Battles are fought in hours. Conquests unfold over months. Sometimes years. Sometimes generations. William understood that better than almost anyone. He had spent nearly every year of his life learning one lesson. A victory only matters if you can keep it. Night settled heavily over Senlac Hill. The cheers that had erupted after the English collapse gradually faded into something quieter, more thoughtful. Norman soldiers sat beside campfires, removing helmets that had become almost unbearable after an entire day beneath the October sun. Many stared silently into the flames. Others carefully cleaned blood from swords whose edges had dulled against armor and bone. Some searched desperately among the wounded. Brothers, friends, fathers. Victory and grief shared the same campsite. They often do. Nearby, priests moved carefully across the battlefield carrying lanterns. The tiny lights drifted through the darkness like slow-moving stars. Occasionally one would stop. A prayer would be spoken. Sometimes over a dying man. Sometimes over one already gone. The language hardly mattered. Latin sounded the same whether spoken above a Norman knight or an English housecarl. Death translated everyone equally. William refused to celebrate immediately. That tells us something important about his character. Many commanders, after such an astonishing triumph, might have declared days of feasting. William instead called his senior officers together. The battle had been won. Now came administration. Even after perhaps the most important military victory of the Middle Ages. He held a meeting. It sounds wonderfully ordinary. Almost disappointingly practical. Yet this practicality explains much of William's success. He never stopped governing. Even during war. Especially during war. Maps were spread across rough wooden tables inside his command tent. Messengers arrived continuously. Reports came from scouting parties. Questions demanded answers. How many horses remained fit for service? How much food survived the campaign? Where had surviving English nobles fled? Which roads led safely toward London? How quickly could the army march again? History remembers dramatic charges. Kingdoms are built through logistics. Outside the Norman camp, England waited. Not quietly. Not peacefully. News traveled astonishingly fast. Faster than armies. Riders escaped Hastings before the battle had even fully ended. Some rode north through forests. Others followed Roman roads toward London. Every village they passed received fragments of the story. The king is dead. The Normans have won. Harold has fallen. No one knew every detail. Everyone understood the conclusion. Fear spread across southern England like smoke carried by the wind. Imagine hearing such news in a small village. Yesterday your greatest concern involved repairing a broken fence before winter. Today someone tells you a foreign army has defeated your king. What happens next? No one knows. That uncertainty frightened people more than certainty ever could. In London, confusion replaced confidence. Only days earlier, Harold had departed amid cheering crowds. Now exhausted survivors arrived instead. Some still carried broken shields. Others limped painfully through the city gates. Many had lost helmets. Several bore fresh bandages wrapped around arms or heads. Their expressions explained everything before they spoke. Westminster, so recently the place of Harold's coronation, suddenly felt strangely empty. The throne stood without its king. England possessed no clear leader. Again. History seemed determined to repeat itself. The surviving English nobles gathered urgently. Among them were two important figures. Edwin, Earl of Mercia. Morcar, Earl of Northumbria. Only weeks earlier they had lost the Battle of Fulford to Harold Hardrada. Now Harold was dead. William approached. England faced another succession crisis before the previous one had fully concluded. One candidate briefly emerged. Edgar Atheling. Imagine being Edgar. He possessed perhaps the strongest hereditary claim to the throne. He was a direct descendant of the old royal house. His bloodline reached back through generations of Anglo-Saxon kings. There was only one problem. Perhaps 15. A boy. Gentle by most accounts. Intelligent. Entirely unsuited to command exhausted armies against William of Normandy. Understandably, England did not merely need another king. It needed someone capable of stopping William. Edgar could not. Notice that word carefully. He did not race toward London in reckless celebration. He moved deliberately, methodically. Every village encountered along the way forced others resisted. Those villages sometimes burned. Harsh? Certainly. Unexpected? Not really. Medieval warfare often relied upon demonstrations. William wanted every community ahead of him to understand resistance carried consequences. Mercy and severity became tools used side by side. One village welcomed him. Another watched smoke rise from its own rooftops. Leadership in the 11th century rarely offered gentle alternatives. Autumn deepened. Leaves covered the roads in thick carpets of gold and brown. Morning frost appeared occasionally upon open fields. The harvest, interrupted by war, remained unfinished in many places. Imagine abandoned wheat slowly rotting because the men who should have gathered it now lay buried near Hastings. Wars reshaped landscapes in subtle ways. Not merely through destruction. Through absence. Who plows next spring? Who repairs the mill? Who teaches children skills their fathers carried to the battlefield? History often counts kings. Villages count empty chairs. William reached the old Roman town of Dover. Its great cliffs overlooked the English Channel. Standing there, he could almost see Normandy on a clear day. The sea that had once separated him from England now connected his two worlds. Control of Dover mattered enormously. Supplies. Reinforcements. Communication. Everything depended upon secure ports. William knew geography nearly as well as politics. Capture the harbors. The kingdom gradually follows. Disease appeared. As it so often does after medieval battles. Crowded camps. Poor sanitation. Cold weather approaching. Even victorious armies suffered. Several Norman soldiers fell ill. William himself may have become sick for a short time. Not gravely, but enough to slow the advance. History enjoys reminding conquerors that microbes possess no interest in military glory. Even William the Bastard could not command bacteria. London still resisted. The city possessed formidable defenses. Strong walls. Bridges. Thousands of determined inhabitants. William considered attacking directly, then rejected the idea. Again. Practicality. A frontal assault against London's defenses might cost thousands of lives. Perhaps even fail. Instead, he chose patience. Rather than battering the city head-on, William marched around it, crossing the Thames farther upstream, cutting communication routes, gradually surrounding the capital without fully besieging it. Imagine the frustration inside London. Every morning new reports arrived. The Normans are west of us. No, south. They crossed the river. They're burning estates nearby. The city remained physically secure. Psychologically, less so. William's movement resembled tightening a rope. Not suddenly. Slowly. Every day another knot. Another turn. Another village accepting Norman authority. The English nobles watched carefully. Many began asking uncomfortable questions. Can we actually defeat him? Who commands our armies? Where are our experienced warriors? How many died at Hastings? How many at Stamford Bridge? The answers proved discouraging. England had lost not merely a king. It had lost much of its military leadership in a single afternoon. The kingdom still possessed brave men. It lacked organization. William possessed both. As November gave way to December, resistance weakened further. One by one, leading English nobles submitted. Not because they admired William, because alternatives disappeared. Edwin and Morcar eventually recognized reality. Edgar Atheling, still little more than a boy, accompanied other nobles to meet the Norman Duke. Imagine that meeting. A windswept field outside London. Norman banners snapping sharply in the cold air. English nobles approaching cautiously. No cheering crowds. No glorious ceremony. Only exhausted men acknowledging that history had changed. Edgar, descendant of Alfred the Great, the last hope of the old royal dynasty, presented himself before William. One young claimant. One victorious conqueror. The future quietly bowed to the present. William accepted their submission. Not triumphantly. Almost formally. The performance mattered. He wished to appear less as a foreign invader, and more as England's lawful new ruler. Symbols mattered enormously in medieval politics. Finally, London opened its gates. No great final battle. No desperate last stand. Just acceptance. Sometimes the most important moments in history arrive almost quietly. The Norman army entered the city in orderly formation. Imagine watching from an upstairs window. Foreign soldiers speaking unfamiliar French. Mounted knights riding through streets where only weeks earlier Harold had passed amid celebration. The smell of horses filled the winter air. Children peeked cautiously around corners. Merchants watched silently from shop entrances. No one knew what kind of king this Norman Duke would become. Only that England now belonged to him. Christmas approached. The city prepared not merely for the feast of the Nativity, but for another coronation. The second in less than a year. Westminster Abbey, completed under Edward the Confessor, now welcomed the man who had defeated Edward's chosen successor. History possesses an extraordinary sense of irony. The church Edward built would crown the conqueror of Edward's kingdom. Outside, winter settled gently across England. Bare branches reached toward gray skies. Smoke drifted from thousands of chimneys. The Thames flowed steadily beneath cold December winds. Ordinary families prepared Christmas meals with whatever the difficult year had left them. Life, despite everything, continued. It always does. Even after kingdoms fall. On Christmas Day, 1066, William would finally become what he had pursued through ambition, patience, war, and relentless determination. Not Duke of Normandy. Not claimant. Not invader. King of England. Yet even the crown would not bring peace. Because conquering England and ruling England were two entirely different challenges. Christmas Day, 1066, the coronation of William the Conqueror. Christmas morning arrived beneath a sky the color of old stone. A thin winter mist drifted across the Thames. The trees surrounding Westminster had surrendered almost all their leaves, leaving dark branches reaching into the pale December light like the ribs of some enormous sleeping creature. Smoke rose lazily from hundreds of hearths throughout London. Church bells rang through the cold air. Some celebrated Christmas. Others announced something even rarer. England was about to receive another king. its second in less than 12 months. If you lived in London that year, you could hardly be blamed for wondering whether crowns had become seasonal decorations. Imagine walking through London's streets that morning. The city was far smaller than the modern metropolis that now surrounds Westminster Abbey. Narrow lanes twisted between timber-framed houses. The smell of wood smoke mixed with roasting meat, damp wool, river mud, and fresh bread baking for Christmas feasts. Market stalls stood mostly empty. This was a holy day. Most people had other concerns. Yet they could not ignore the soldiers. Norman guards watched every important intersection. Mounted knights patrolled near the abbey. Their horses' hooves echoed against frozen ground. They spoke French. The citizens answered in English. For the first time in centuries, London's streets carried two ruling languages. Neither side understood the other particularly well. That misunderstanding would shape England for generations. William awoke before dawn. Whether he slept well remains unknown. One imagines even William found little peace that night. He had won Hastings. He had entered London. The leading English nobles had submitted. Yet danger remained everywhere. A crown did not erase resentment. It merely placed a glittering target upon one's head. William knew that better than anyone alive. His childhood had taught him that noble titles attracted assassins almost as reliably as admiration. He had survived because he assumed danger never truly disappeared. There was no reason to begin trusting the world now. His attendants prepared him carefully. The clothing worn beneath royal regalia mattered almost as much as the crown itself. Richly woven fabrics, fine linen, a heavy cloak trimmed with expensive fur, jewelry that proclaimed authority before a single word was spoken. Kings ruled with armies. They also ruled with appearance. People expected majesty. William intended to provide it. Imagine fastening each clasp, adjusting each fold of cloth, knowing that every eye in England would soon measure whether you looked like a king. Power, after all, is partly theater. The audience simply happens to carry swords. Westminster Abbey waited quietly. It was still a relatively new church, completed under Edward the Confessor only a few years earlier. Edward had dreamed of this place becoming a symbol of his reign. He could never have imagined who would wear the crown beneath its vaulted ceiling. The stone walls seemed almost luminous in the weak winter light. Candles burned everywhere. Hundreds of tiny flames flickered against polished metal crosses and jeweled reliquaries. The scent of incense filled the air. It mixed with cold stone and melting candle wax. For medieval people, churches were not merely buildings. They were reflections of heaven itself. To enter such a place meant stepping briefly between the earthly and the divine. Today, that boundary would feel especially significant. The English nobles arrived first. Those who had survived Hastings. Those who had chosen submission over continued resistance. Some came reluctantly. Some perhaps out of genuine hope that peace might finally return. Most simply accepted reality. War had exhausted England. Fields needed planting. Villages needed rebuilding. Families needed fathers who had not marched away again. A king, even a foreign one, offered at least the possibility of stability. Sometimes peace arrives wearing unfamiliar clothes. The Norman nobles entered next. Confident. Victorious. Many had crossed the Channel with William only 3 months earlier. Think about that for a moment. In September they had stood on the beaches of Normandy, uncertain whether they would survive the crossing. Now they walked into England's greatest church to witness their Duke become king. Several must have remembered William as a frightened boy hiding from assassins. Others had fought beside him through decades of civil wars. They had invested their fortunes, and often their lives, in his ambitions. Today they received confirmation that those risks had not been wasted. One victory at Hastings had transformed an entire generation of Norman families. William finally entered the abbey. Imagine the silence. Hundreds of people watching. Candles reflecting from polished mail worn discreetly beneath ceremonial clothing. Yes. Even on his coronation day, William reportedly wore armor beneath his robes. Just in case. One could call it paranoia. One could also call it experience. Experience had kept him alive far longer than optimism ever could. He walked slowly toward the altar. Each step echoed through the vast church. The same floor Edward the Confessor had once crossed. The same place where Harold had been crowned less than a year before. History had moved astonishingly quickly. The ceremony itself followed ancient traditions. Archbishop Aldred of York played the central role. The Archbishop of Canterbury, who ordinarily might have conducted the coronation, remained politically controversial because of his support for Harold. William wanted legitimacy. Legitimacy required careful symbolism. Every prayer, every blessing, every ritual gesture announced one essential message. This man is not merely a successful conqueror. He is England's rightful king. The distinction mattered enormously. Conquerors invite rebellion. Lawful kings expect obedience. William wished to become the second as quickly as possible. The Archbishop asked the assembled nobles and clergy whether they accepted William as king. This was traditional. Not because refusal would necessarily change anything, but because consent mattered symbolically. The Norman nobles answered enthusiastically. The English present answered as well. Perhaps with less enthusiasm. Still, voices echoed together inside Westminster Abbey. Outside the church, Norman guards heard the sudden roar of approval. They misunderstood. Imagine being one of those guards. You stand outside, unable to see the ceremony. Suddenly hundreds of voices erupt inside the building. Shouting. Cheering. In a foreign language. After months of invasion, battle, and constant danger, your imagination immediately chooses the worst possibility. An attack. An uprising. An assassination attempt. The guards reacted instantly. With medieval efficiency. Which is to say, rather dramatically. Believing violence had broken out inside the abbey, the Norman soldiers outside drew weapons. Some rushed toward nearby houses. Others set buildings on fire to disperse what they assumed was a hostile crowd. Within minutes, smoke drifted through London streets. Citizens panicked. People began running. Cries echoed outside the church. Inside Westminster Abbey, no one initially understood what was happening. Imagine participating in one of history's most important coronations while smoke suddenly begins appearing beyond the windows. There are days when everything goes according to plan. This was not one of them. The confusion spread rapidly. Many English attendees fled the church, fearing an attack. Several Norman nobles hurried outside to discover the cause. The great abbey, moments earlier filled with ceremony and solemnity, suddenly became strangely empty. According to some chroniclers, only William, the clergy, and a handful of attendants remained to complete the coronation. There is something almost comical about it. The ceremony establishing Norman order nearly collapsed because Norman guards became too enthusiastic about protecting it. Because of course they did. History occasionally possesses an unexpectedly dry sense of humor. Despite the confusion, the ceremony continued. William knelt before the altar. Holy oil anointed him. The crown was placed upon his head. Prayers filled the vast church. Whatever chaos unfolded outside. Inside, a new king emerged. William was no longer merely Duke of Normandy. No longer simply the victor of Hastings. He became William I, King of England. The title changed. The man remained the same. Ambitious. Practical. Relentless. Patient. Suspicious. Capable. His childhood had forged him. His victories had elevated him. Now the crown would test him in entirely new ways. Outside, the fires were eventually extinguished. The misunderstanding faded almost as quickly as it had begun. Yet the incident revealed something important. Normans and English did not yet trust one another. They barely understood one another. A single burst of cheering had nearly become a catastrophe. If joy could be mistaken for rebellion, imagine how easily actual rebellion might spread. William certainly noticed. The crown resting upon his head suddenly felt heavier. Not physically. Politically. After the ceremony, celebrations began. Or at least, the Normans attempted to celebrate. Great feasts followed. Roasted meats. Bread. Ale. Imported wine. Musicians played. Poets praised William's victory. Nobles exchanged gifts. Yet beneath every toast lingered uncertainty. Much of England remained unconquered in spirit. Northumbria still watched cautiously. The Welsh border remained unstable. Several powerful English families still possessed wealth and influence. William had won a kingdom. He had not yet secured it. Kingship proved less like crossing a finish line, and more like stepping onto another road. Imagine William late that evening. The festivities have quieted. Most guests have retired. The candles burn lower now. Outside, London settles beneath the cold silence of Christmas night. Perhaps William removes the heavy crown for the first time. Perhaps he places it carefully upon a nearby table. For a few moments, he sits alone. The frightened illegitimate child who once hid from murderers has become one of Europe's most powerful monarchs. It is an extraordinary journey. Yet if someone had whispered to him then, "You have completed the easy part," they would not have been entirely wrong. Because ruling England would demand even greater determination than conquering it. The rebellions were still coming. The castles had yet to rise across the landscape. The north would soon burn. The great survey known as the Domesday Book remained decades away. The English language itself would slowly begin changing beneath Norman influence. Everything people now associate with William the Conqueror still lay ahead. Christmas Day had given him a crown. The years to come would demand that he earn it. The bells of Westminster rang one final time through the winter darkness. Their sound drifted across the Thames. Across London. Across a kingdom that had entered a new age without quite realizing it. And somewhere beyond the sea, Normandy waited. Its duke had become a king. But he could never again belong entirely to either land. He would spend the rest of his life ruling two worlds. Separated by water. Bound together by conquest. The conquest continues, castles, rebellions, and the Norman grip on England. Conquering a kingdom is dramatic. Keeping it is repetitive. There are no glorious paintings of tax collection. No epic poems celebrating the construction of wooden palisades. Very few medieval bards ever composed heartfelt ballads about administrative efficiency. And yet, those quiet, ordinary tasks often decide whether a conquest survives. William had won England with one extraordinary day at Hastings. He would keep England through years of relentless organization. If the Battle of Hastings was lightning, everything that followed became the slow, steady pressure of winter. The Christmas celebrations had barely ended before reality returned. William awoke not merely as king, but as a foreign king. That single word changed everything. Foreign. Every decision he made would be viewed through suspicion. Every appointment questioned. every tax examined, every castle interpreted as either protection or occupation, usually both. Imagine inheriting a house where every room distrusts you. Now imagine that house contains nearly 2 million people. That was England in early 1067. Winter settled firmly across the countryside. The roads became thick with mud. Cold rain soaked travelers until wool cloaks weighed twice as much as when the journey began. Smoke drifted from village chimneys. Fields lay quiet after the harvest. Most ordinary people wanted only one thing: peace. They had survived invasions. They had buried husbands, brothers, sons, and fathers. Many scarcely cared who wore the crown anymore, provided no more armies marched through their farms. History often celebrates ideals. Villagers generally prefer stability. William understood something many conquerors never fully appreciate. Winning over ordinary people mattered, but controlling powerful nobles mattered even more. The old Anglo-Saxon aristocracy still owned enormous estates. Many retained loyal followers. Some had submitted reluctantly after Hastings. Submission, William suspected, was not necessarily the same thing as loyalty. He was correct. One of his first important decisions surprised many. Instead of immediately remaining in England forever, William returned briefly to Normandy in the spring of 1067. At first glance, this seems almost unbelievable. He had only just conquered England. Why leave? Because kings rarely enjoy the luxury of ruling only one place. Normandy still required attention. His continental rivals watched closely. The French king remained uneasy. Neighboring lords remained ambitious. William's new English crown did not magically solve old Norman politics. He ruled two territories separated by the English Channel. Every crossing carried responsibility. Imagine running two businesses, located in different countries, without telephones, without email, without even reliable maps. Only horses, ships, and trusted messengers. William somehow managed it. Before departing, he took precautions. Several important English nobles accompanied him to Normandy. Officially, they were honored guests. Unofficially, hostages. A rather common medieval insurance policy. If powerful families considered rebellion while William traveled abroad, they would first remember where their sons currently lived. Brutal? Certainly. Effective? Often. The Middle Ages possessed an unfortunate talent for practical solutions. Among those accompanying William was Edgar Atheling. The young prince remained alive, still possessing royal blood, still representing a possible alternative for anyone wishing to oppose Norman rule. William treated him respectfully. Respect, combined with careful supervision. The two frequently traveled together. Imagine Edgar's position. Raised believing he might someday become king, now accompanying the man who had taken that crown instead. History occasionally writes tragedies without villains. While William visited Normandy, England remained outwardly calm. Outwardly, like a frozen lake. Beautiful. Still. Potentially dangerous beneath the surface. Many English nobles smiled politely, paid homage, attended royal gatherings, then quietly began discussing rebellion. Not because they expected easy victory, because foreign rule remained difficult to accept. National identity in the modern sense scarcely existed. Yet loyalty to familiar rulers certainly did. Norman French sounded strange. Norman customs felt foreign. Norman officials increasingly appeared in positions once held by English families. Every appointment reminded someone of what had been lost. William returned to England later that year. Almost immediately, the kingdom erupted. The first major revolts began. Not enormous uprisings, more like sparks appearing across dry grass. Kent, Exeter, the Welsh border. Different regions, different leaders. One common idea: the Normans could still be expelled. William answered quickly. Always quickly. Speed had become almost instinctive. He marched before rebellions united, before rumors became armies, before hope became strategy. Repeatedly. This pattern would define much of his reign. One of the earliest serious challenges came from Exeter. Imagine the city. Ancient Roman walls still standing after centuries. Narrow winding streets. Busy markets. Merchants trading wool, salt, and tin. Its citizens possessed a fierce sense of independence. When William demanded complete submission, Exeter hesitated, then refused. The city believed its walls could protect it. Reasonable enough. Roman engineers had known their profession. Stone walls remained persuasive, even to ambitious kings. William arrived with his army. He did not immediately attack. Instead, he negotiated. He preferred surrender to destruction whenever possible. Destroyed cities paid no taxes. Burned markets generated no trade. Dead merchants bought very little. William was ruthless, not irrational. The negotiations failed. The siege began. Imagine life inside Exeter during those weeks. The gates remain closed. Food slowly becomes more precious. Every morning citizens climb the walls searching for signs that the Norman army has disappeared overnight. It never has. Children ask difficult questions. When can we go outside? No one answers confidently. Meanwhile, outside the walls, Norman engineers work patiently. Trees fall beneath axes. Earthworks rise. Siege equipment slowly appears. Conquerors understand something defenders often forget. Time usually favors the army that can still gather supplies. According to one chronicler, Exeter's defenders attempted an unusual tactic. They displayed one of William's hostages upon the walls, perhaps hoping to discourage attack. William reportedly remained unmoved. Whether entirely true or slightly embellished by later writers, the story reflects his reputation. Personal emotion rarely outweighed political necessity. Eventually, after weeks of resistance, Exeter surrendered. William entered the city. He punished some leaders, spared many others. Then, he built a castle. Notice that response. Not merely victory. Infrastructure. If one object symbolizes Norman England, it is not the sword. It is the castle. William understood castles better than almost anyone in Europe. England before 1066 possessed relatively few fortified castles in the continental style. Normandy possessed many. William intended to change that immediately. Imagine arriving in an English town 1 month earlier. The skyline consisted of church towers and wooden houses. Then hundreds of laborers appear. Trees vanish. Earth is dug into enormous mounds. Wooden towers rise rapidly. Within weeks, a castle dominates everything. Visible from miles away. Watching. Permanent. The message required no translation. The Normans were staying. The earliest castles often followed a simple design. A motte and bailey. Picture a giant artificial hill. At its summit stands a strong wooden tower. Below lies an enclosed courtyard surrounded by timber walls. Simple. Fast to construct. Remarkably effective. From that elevated position, a relatively small garrison could control surrounding countryside. Villagers walking to market looked upward every day. The castle looked back. Architecture became politics. London received one of the greatest symbols of William's new rule. Construction began on what would eventually become the Tower of London. At first, it was largely timber. The Great White Tower and stone would come later. Yet even its earliest form declared Norman authority unmistakably. Imagine being a London merchant. Every week the fortress grows larger, higher, stronger. Its shadow stretches farther across the city. You no longer need reminding who governs England. The castle reminds you every sunrise. Castles spread astonishingly quickly. Warwick, Nottingham, York, Lincoln, Cambridge. Strategic locations acquired Norman fortresses one after another. Modern visitors often admire medieval castles for their beauty, their towers, their walls, their romantic silhouettes against the evening skies. The people living nearby usually saw something else. Occupation, taxes, soldiers, authority. A castle represented security, depending entirely upon which side of its walls you stood. William also transformed England's leadership. One by one, Anglo-Saxon earls lost lands. Norman followers received them instead. This policy rewarded loyalty. It also solved another problem. A Norman noble owing everything to William remained less likely to rebel than an English lord whose family had ruled independently for generations. Imagine receiving an estate larger than anything your ancestors had ever owned. On one condition: remain loyal. Most Norman nobles accepted that arrangement enthusiastically. The English families who lost those estates, rather less so. Language itself slowly began changing. At first, not dramatically. The peasant in a Yorkshire village still spoke English. The shepherd still counted sheep in English. Children still played in English. But inside castles, French dominated. Royal courts conducted business in French. Many legal proceedings adopted French vocabulary. High-ranking church officials increasingly arrived from Normandy. England had not merely acquired a new king, it had acquired a new ruling class. For centuries afterward, English and French would live side by side, sometimes comfortably, often awkwardly, eventually blending into something entirely new. Yet beneath all these changes, resistance continued. The embers had not gone out. They merely waited for stronger winds. In the forests, along the Welsh border, in the distant north, men gathered quietly. Old loyalties endured. Stories about Harold spread. Rumors claimed he had survived. Others whispered that foreign princes might soon arrive with armies. Hope has remarkable endurance, especially after defeat. William sensed it. He always sensed danger. Soon, the greatest challenge of his reign would emerge. Not in the wealthy south, not in London, but in the cold, proud lands of northern England. There, patience would finally give way to fury. And William the Conqueror would make a decision that historians still debate nearly 1,000 years later. A decision remembered simply as the harrying of the north. The winter wind swept across the unfinished Norman castles. Their wooden walls creaked softly in the darkness. England was changing. Not all at once, but beam by beam, stone by stone, law by law, and beneath the quiet rhythm of hammers striking timber. An old kingdom slowly became something new. The harrying of the North, William's most ruthless campaign. If William's life had taught him anything, it was that mercy had limits. As a child, he had watched ambitious nobles murder loyal guardians one after another. As Duke of Normandy, he had survived rebellion after rebellion. As king, he had crossed the sea to claim a crown that almost everyone insisted belonged to someone else. Each victory reinforced the same lesson: leave an enemy strong enough to rise again. And eventually, he will. It is an understandable philosophy. It is also a dangerous one. Because sooner or later, every rebellion begins to look like an excuse for overwhelming force. Northern England had never been easy to govern. Long before William arrived, kings in the south struggled to control it. The landscape itself resisted authority. Dense forests covered much of the countryside. Wide rivers divided regions. Marshes swallowed roads after heavy rain. The Pennine Hills formed a rugged backbone across the land. Villages often stood isolated, connected only by muddy tracks that disappeared entirely during winter storms. The people of the north possessed their own traditions, their own loyalties. Many still remembered centuries of Viking settlement. Danish influence lingered in accents, customs, and family names. The North had always looked toward the rest of England with a certain independence, sometimes with suspicion. William would soon discover why. Imagine Yorkshire in late autumn. Cold winds sweep across open moorland. The heather has faded into muted shades of brown and purple. The days grow noticeably shorter. Smoke rises from scattered farmhouses built of timber and rough stone. Shepherds hurry their flocks toward winter pasture. The harvest is complete. Food stores are carefully counted. Everyone hopes they will last until spring. It is not a land of effortless abundance. Even in peaceful years, survival demands careful planning. War would make those calculations impossible. William appointed Norman nobles to govern the north. On paper, it seemed sensible. Reward loyal followers. Extend royal authority. Introduce Norman administration. The trouble was, maps are patient. People are not. Many northern communities viewed these newcomers not as legitimate rulers, but as occupiers. The Norman castles rising across York and surrounding towns only deepened resentment. Foreign soldiers collected taxes. Foreign officials settled disputes. Foreign priests increasingly filled important church positions. The language of power had changed almost overnight. The language of ordinary life had not. Rebellion arrived predictably. The first uprisings were local. A castle attacked here. A Norman patrol ambushed there. Small acts of resistance. Annoying rather than catastrophic. William crushed them efficiently. As always, he believed speed solved problems. Often, he was right. But northern resistance refused to disappear. Every victory seemed temporary. Like pulling weeds whose roots remained hidden beneath the soil. Then the situation became far more dangerous. Across the North Sea, King Sweyn II of Denmark watched events carefully. Remember, England and Denmark shared centuries of history. The sons and grandsons of Viking settlers still lived throughout northern England. Many welcomed the possibility of Danish intervention. Sweyn saw opportunity. Perhaps England could once again fall beneath Danish influence. Perhaps William's conquest remained fragile enough to reverse. Perhaps. History is built upon that hopeful word. In 1069, a Danish fleet finally appeared off the English coast. Imagine the reaction in Yorkshire. Word spreads from village to village. Ships have arrived. Danish ships. Suddenly, the impossible seems possible. English rebels gather. Northern nobles emerge from hiding. Exiles return. Old loyalties awaken. York erupts. Norman forces stationed there find themselves overwhelmed. Several castles fall. Garrisons are slaughtered. For a brief moment, William's conquest genuinely appears threatened. This is no longer scattered resistance. This is coordinated rebellion supported by foreign intervention. Exactly the nightmare William had always feared. Far to the south, the news reaches the king. Imagine the messenger arriving breathless after days of hard riding. Mud covers both horse and rider. The report is simple. The north has risen. Danish fleets have landed. York is lost. William listens quietly. Those who knew him often remarked upon his self-control. He rarely exploded with anger immediately. Instead, he became frighteningly calm. The sort of calm that precedes difficult decisions. He marched north with astonishing speed. Again. The pattern repeated. Whenever danger appeared, William moved personally. He trusted few commanders to solve problems alone. His presence inspired Norman troops. It also terrified opponents. By now his reputation had become almost mythical. The Duke who had survived childhood assassins. The Conqueror of Hastings. The King who never seemed to stop marching. Winter rains soaked the roads. Rivers flooded. Cold winds battered the army. William ignored the weather. Time mattered more. Always. The Danish fleet, rather inconveniently for the rebels, proved less committed than expected. Sweyn's commanders accepted payment from William. Money often succeeds where swords fail. The Danes withdrew, leaving many northern rebels suddenly alone. One imagines their disappointment. Foreign allies frequently sound more reliable before arriving than after. William had removed the external threat. The internal one remained. He intended to remove that as well. Permanently. What happened next became one of the darkest chapters of medieval English history. Historians call it the harrying of the North. Even the name feels harsh. To harry meant to ravage, to devastate, to leave nothing useful behind. William ordered precisely that. Village after village was burned, granaries destroyed, livestock killed or driven away, food stores emptied, fields rendered useless, mills demolished. Anything capable of supporting future rebellion disappeared beneath fire and ash. Imagine approaching your home after hiding in nearby woods. Smoke still rises from blackened beams. The roof has collapsed. Your grain stores, meant to feed your family through winter, are gone. The cattle have vanished. The well has been fouled. The orchard stands hacked apart. Even if no one in your household has been killed, how do you survive until spring? That was precisely the point. Modern readers sometimes ask whether medieval chroniclers exaggerated. It is a reasonable question. They often did. Yet remarkably, even writers generally favorable toward William expressed horror. The chronicler Orderic Vitalis, himself of Norman descent, condemned the campaign in unusually emotional language. Writing decades later, he described widespread starvation and openly criticized William's actions, suggesting that innocent people suffered alongside rebels. For a medieval monk to criticize a king so directly was not common. It tells us something. Imagine the winter of 1069 to 1070. Snow falls across burned villages. The silence feels unnatural. No animals remain in abandoned fields. Doors hang open where houses still stand. Families wander frozen roads searching for food that no longer exists. Some flee south. Others seek refuge in monasteries. Many simply disappear into history without names. Archaeology suggests some settlements were never fully rebuilt. The scars remained upon the landscape long after the fires died. War often ends Its consequences rarely do. Was William trying to commit extermination? Probably not in the modern sense. His goal appears to have been political. Destroy the economic ability of the North to support repeated rebellion. It was ruthless military strategy, not random violence. That distinction matters historically. It does not necessarily comfort those who starved. Intent and suffering do not always balance each other. The campaign succeeded. At least, by its own brutal standard. Large-scale rebellion in northern England became dramatically more difficult. Without food, without livestock, without functioning villages, armies cannot easily gather. Resistance weakens. William achieved security, at an enormous human cost. This uncomfortable truth sits at the center of his legacy. He was extraordinarily effective. He could also be extraordinarily merciless. The two qualities often traveled together. Imagine William riding through the devastated countryside after the campaign. Cold wind cuts across empty fields. Smoke still drifts upward from distant ruins. His army marches in disciplined silence. Some soldiers probably believed they had preserved the kingdom. Others may have wondered privately whether victory required such destruction. William himself left no diary, no confession, no explanation written in his own hand. We cannot know exactly what he thought while looking across the blackened landscape. Perhaps satisfaction, perhaps regret, perhaps simply calculation. He had always believed survival demanded difficult choices. Now he had made one of the hardest. The North gradually recovered. Very gradually. Years later, travelers still described abandoned land. The Great Survey, known as the Domesday Book, compiled in 1086, would record significant areas as waste, places producing little or no value after years of devastation. Not every entry reflected the harrying alone. Time, famine, and later changes all played roles. Yet together they reveal a region that required decades to heal. History leaves fingerprints in unexpected places. Sometimes, inside tax records. William emerged stronger than ever. No major English rebellion would again threaten his rule in quite the same way. The castles remained. Norman lords tightened their control. Royal authority reached farther than any English king before him had managed. The conquest entered a new phase. Less about winning battles, more about building a kingdom. Yet the smoke from the north lingered over William's reputation. To some, he became the founder of a new England. To others, he became the king who burned his own kingdom to keep it. Nearly 1,000 years later, historians still debate where justice ends and necessity begins. Perhaps that debate has no final answer. The winter wind carried ashes across the northern moors. Snow slowly covered the blackened earth. Nature, patient as always, began the long work of healing what human ambition had broken. But memory lasts longer than snow. And England would remember. Building a new England, castles, Norman lords, and the birth of a new kingdom. The smoke eventually faded. Ashes settled into the soil. The frightened horses that had scattered during war were gathered once again. Children born after Hastings began taking their first uncertain steps across a kingdom they would never know had once been entirely Anglo-Saxon. That is perhaps history's greatest trick. It transforms extraordinary events into ordinary life. One generation survives the conquest. The next simply grows up inside it. William had broken organized resistance. Now he faced a different challenge. How do you govern people who neither speak your language nor entirely trust your intentions? Swords could win battles. They could not settle inheritance disputes. They could not collect rents efficiently. They could not decide where new churches should stand or how taxes should be recorded. Kingdoms cannot live forever in a state of conquest. Sooner or later, someone has to decide where the new bridge will be built. Imagine traveling through England in the early 1070s. The roads are familiar. The rivers still flow where they always have. The same hills catch the morning mist. The same forests echo with the calls of deer and ravens. At first glance, very little appears different. Then you notice the castles. A wooden tower rising from an artificial hill where none existed before. A Norman banner fluttering above freshly cut timber. French voices drifting through the gatehouse. Armed guards watching travelers with quiet suspicion. Another day's journey brings another castle. Then another. Like stepping stones across the landscape. William had begun stitching England together with fortresses. Every castle became both a military post and a symbol. Not merely a place where soldiers lived. A place where authority lived. Some of these castles rose astonishingly fast. A motte could be constructed in weeks if enough laborers were available. Imagine hundreds of men digging with simple wooden spades and iron tools. Basket after basket of earth carried upward. The mound grows slowly. Painfully. One handful at a time. Above it, carpenters shape massive oak beams. The rhythmic sound of axes echoes from nearby forests. Fresh cut timber fills the cold morning air with the sweet scent of sap. Children from surrounding villages gather at a distance to watch. They have never seen anything like this. Within a month, a hill has appeared where none existed. Within another, a tower overlooks their homes. Power can arrive surprisingly quickly when enough hands are available. William rarely trusted old English noble families with their former lands. Instead, he rewarded the men who had crossed the Channel with him. Imagine being a Norman knight. Perhaps you were the younger son of a minor lord back in Normandy. Under ordinary circumstances, your elder brother would inherit nearly everything. Your future might have consisted of military service and modest expectations. Then William announced his invasion. You took the risk. You survived Hastings. Now, a messenger hands you a royal document. An estate in England. Several villages. Fields stretching farther than you can see. Tenants. Woodlands. Income. Everything your father never possessed. One battle had completely rewritten your family's future. For William, this redistribution served two purposes. Reward loyalty. Create a new aristocracy entirely dependent upon the crown. If your wealth existed only because William granted it, you had every reason to remain loyal. For the English nobility, the experience felt very different. Imagine your family has owned the same estate for generations. Your grandfather hunted those forests. Your father judged disputes among the local villagers. You expected your own son to inherit everything. Instead, a Norman knight arrives carrying a royal order. The land no longer belongs to you. The church where your ancestors are buried remains. The fields remain. The rivers remain. Only the ownership has changed. You become a stranger in the place where your family has lived for centuries. Conquest often happens quietly on pieces of parchment. Not only battlefields. By the end of William's reign, this transformation would be astonishingly complete. Historians estimate that only a tiny fraction of England's great landowners remained English by blood. The overwhelming majority had become Norman. Few kings have ever reshaped an entire ruling class so thoroughly. It was not merely political change. It was social replacement. A new elite had arrived. And it intended to stay. Yet, ordinary villagers often experienced these changes indirectly. The man collecting taxes now spoke French. The lord of the manor possessed an unfamiliar name. The steward overseeing harvests pronounced words differently. Life itself remained demanding. Fields still required plowing. Sheep still wandered through damp meadows. Bread still had to be baked each morning. History's greatest revolutions often pass unnoticed by those too busy surviving. A farmer's greatest concern was not constitutional theory. It was whether the winter wheat would survive another frost. Language began changing almost invisibly. Picture a Norman lord sitting in his hall. He speaks French with his family, Latin with educated churchmen, broken English with local servants. The servants answer in English among themselves. Children overhear all three. Words begin migrating from one language into another. The process is slow. No one notices it happening. Yet over generations, English quietly absorbs hundreds of French words. Not because scholars planned it. Because cooks, stable boys, merchants, craftsmen, and children live together. Language behaves much like rivers. It finds paths around every obstacle. Even the food reflected this strange blending. The peasants raising animals generally used the Old English names: cow, sheep, pig. But once those animals appeared upon the tables of Norman nobles, French vocabulary often took over. Beef, mutton, pork. The people caring for livestock and the people eating elegant meals frequently belonged to different worlds. Those worlds left permanent marks upon the English language. Even today, every dinner quietly remembers the Norman Conquest. History has a remarkable habit of hiding inside ordinary words. The church also changed. William respected religion deeply. He respected its enormous political importance. He replaced many English bishops with Norman clergy. Some English church leaders had supported Harold. Others simply represented the old order. William preferred men whose loyalty rested securely with him. Churches became places of worship. They also became instruments of administration. Monasteries copied official documents. Bishops advised the king. Abbots managed enormous estates. Or Winchester, or Canterbury. Massive stone buildings slowly replacing older structures. Construction often continued for decades, sometimes generations. A child might watch the foundations being laid. His grandson might witness the completed tower. Building a cathedral required extraordinary patience. Stone by stone, arch by arch, window by window. The result transformed skylines forever. These churches proclaimed more than religious devotion. They announced Norman confidence. "We are here," the stones seemed to say. "And we intend to remain." William himself never stopped traveling. Unlike modern leaders with permanent capitals, medieval kings ruled by movement. Yet he generally preferred legal authority over arbitrary violence. He confirmed many existing English customs, retained parts of the Anglo-Saxon administrative system, continued using local officials where practical. This surprises some people. Conquerors often destroy everything. William usually kept what worked. He replaced rulers more readily than institutions. Practicality, once again, guided him. Perhaps nowhere was this clearer than in local government. The Old English system of shires and hundreds largely survived. Sheriffs continued playing crucial roles. Courts still met. Taxes were still collected. Justice, imperfect though it often was, continued functioning. William understood an important truth. People tolerate new rulers more easily if daily life continues. Radical change everywhere creates endless enemies. Selective change creates fewer. He changed enough to secure power. He preserved enough to maintain order. It was a delicate balance. Yet beneath this outward stability, A new England slowly emerged. Children of Norman fathers and English mothers grew up speaking both languages. Merchants crossed the Channel more frequently than ever before. Continental fashions arrived in London. English wool traveled increasingly to Norman markets. The sea that had once separated two kingdoms now connected them. England became less isolated, more European. For better, and sometimes for worse. Imagine standing on a hill outside London around the year 1075. The city below bustles with unfamiliar energy. Norman castles dominate the skyline. Church bells ring from newly expanded monasteries. French, English, Latin, Flemish, and even Scandinavian voices mingle in crowded markets. Ships crowd the Thames carrying wine from France, timber from Scandinavia, cloth from Flanders, and pilgrims bound for distant shrines. The kingdom remains recognizably English. Yet it has begun speaking with a Norman accent. History rarely replaces one world with another overnight. Instead, the old world slowly learns new habits. William could finally allow himself something he had rarely enjoyed: confidence. Not comfort. He would never truly know comfort. His nature would not permit it. But confidence. The conspiracies of his childhood no longer haunted every waking hour. The great rebellions had been crushed. His nobles remained largely loyal. His castles watched over the land like patient stone guardians. For the first time in his remarkable life, William ruled not merely through survival. He ruled through established authority. Yet time, that quiet companion walking beside every king, was beginning to leave its own marks. Gray hairs appeared. Old wounds stiffened during cold mornings. The man who had crossed the Channel in armor was slowly becoming an aging monarch. An age has a way of introducing enemies that no army can defeat. The Domesday Book, counting an entire kingdom. By the mid-1080s, England had grown quieter. Not silent. Kingdoms never truly become silent. Dogs still barked at strangers approaching lonely farmhouses. Blacksmiths still hammered glowing iron into horseshoes. Church bells still echoed across mist-covered valleys every morning. Children still chased one another through muddy village lanes. Life, in its wonderfully stubborn way, continued. Yet beneath that ordinary rhythm, William had accomplished something extraordinary. For nearly 20 years, no one had seriously challenged his claim to the English crown. The frightened illegitimate boy from Falaise had become one of the most powerful rulers in Europe. And still, he worried. Because William trusted almost nothing except preparation. There is an old saying among rulers: if you do not know what you own, someone else eventually will. William understood that better than most kings. He possessed castles, forests, churches, ports, thousands of villages, millions of acres of farmland. Yet exactly how much wealth did England truly contain? How many mills stood beside its rivers? How many oxen plowed its fields? How many pigs rooted beneath its oak forests? How many people owed taxes? No one knew. Not precisely. Kings before William had relied on estimates, tradition, memory. William preferred numbers. Numbers argued less than nobles. Imagine sitting beside a fire in Winchester during the winter of 1085. Rain taps gently against wooden shutters. Maps cover a large oak table. Royal advisors lean over them, discussing troubling news. Across the English Channel, another invasion seems possible. King Nut had once crossed from Denmark. Harald Hardrada had tried. Who might come next? The Danish king again? French rivals? Rebellious nobles? William could not defend a kingdom he did not fully understand. He needed information. Not rumors. Not guesses. Facts. So he ordered something almost unbelievable. Count everything. Not literally every blade of grass. Though knowing William, one suspects he might have considered it. Instead, royal commissioners received a remarkable assignment. Travel across England. Visit every shire. Question every community. Record everything of value. Who owns this manor? Who owned it before 1066? How much land does it contain? How many plows work the fields? How many villagers live here? How much woodland? How many sheep? How many cattle? How many horses? How much income does it produce? The questions seemed endless. The ambition even greater. Never before had a medieval European king attempted a survey on such a scale. Imagine being one of those royal commissioners. You ride for weeks through rain and mud. Cross swollen rivers. Sleep in monasteries one night. Cold manor houses the next. Everywhere you arrive, local officials gather nervously. The village priest. The Lord Steward. The reeve. Perhaps a few elderly men whose memories stretch back before Hastings. They stand together while the commissioners ask question after question. No detail seems too small. No answer escapes careful recording. Someone scratches notes onto parchment with a goose feather quill. Ink freezes slightly in the winter air. The work is slow. Methodical. Surprisingly modern. Imagine the villagers watching. Most have never seen royal officials before. At least not officials carrying so many documents. Rumors spread almost immediately. The king is counting everything. They're measuring the land. They're writing down our animals. Perhaps new taxes are coming. The last rumor was probably correct. People have always viewed government surveys with a healthy degree of suspicion. Some traditions apparently never change. The commissioners did not rely upon one witness alone. That would have been too easy. Instead, groups answered together. Normans, Englishmen, clergy, local landholders. Each could challenge inaccurate claims. Imagine the scene inside a manor hall. One elderly English farmer insists a certain meadow always belonged to his village. The Norman lord politely disagrees. The priest attempts to remember an old charter. The commissioners listen carefully. Somewhere in the corner, a clerk continues writing without looking up. History often survives because someone had excellent handwriting. What emerged from this enormous undertaking became known later as the Domesday Book. The name itself sounds rather ominous, and intentionally so. People compared it to the Last Judgment. Just as God's final judgment could not be appealed, neither could the king's survey. Once recorded, the decision stood. Imagine hearing that your land, your income, your obligations had been entered into an official royal record. Permanent. Authoritative. Almost sacred. There would be very little arguing afterward. William had transformed knowledge into power. The completed survey astonishes historians even today. It records over 13,000 places. Villages. Manors. Churches. Mills. Fisheries. Woodlands. Meadows. Pastures. It tells us who owned them before the conquest. Who owned them afterward. Their estimated value. Their resources. Sometimes even how many beehives stood upon an estate. Bees. Think about that. An empire built by a conqueror still found time to count honey. Perhaps civilization ultimately depends upon such details. Imagine opening the finished manuscript. Heavy parchment pages. Beautifully written Latin. line after line of careful entries. There are no dramatic battle scenes. No heroic speeches. No poems celebrating Hastings. Instead, simple information. Dry. Orderly. Almost monotonous. And yet, few medieval books reveal more about everyday life. The Domesday Book preserves ordinary England. The names of villages. The existence of forgotten farms. The value of orchards now vanished beneath modern cities. Entire communities survived because a royal clerk wrote them down in 1086. History sometimes remembers emperors. Sometimes, it remembers sheep. One particularly fascinating feature appears throughout the survey. Again and again. Entries compare two moments. The time of King Edward. And the present. Before William. After William. Those quiet comparisons tell an enormous story. Some estates grew richer. Others became poorer. Many changed owners completely. Especially in the north, certain lands were still described as waste. A single word. Only 5 letters. Yet behind it lay burned villages, abandoned farms, famine, and years of recovery. Sometimes history whispers louder than it shouts. The survey also revealed William's astonishing success in redistributing land. Before 1066, nearly all major estates belonged to English nobles. 20 years later, almost all belonged to Normans. Few revolutions have altered property ownership so completely. Imagine drawing 2 maps of England. One from Edward the Confessor's reign. One from William's. They would appear almost like different countries. Not geographically. Socially. The Conquest had reached every county. Every river valley. Every fertile plain. Not simply through battle. Through ownership. William himself read portions of the completed work. Or more likely, had them read aloud. Kings spent much of their day listening. Letters. Reports. Petitions. Legal disputes. Now, the kingdom itself became a report. Imagine hearing England described estate by estate. Forest by forest. Mill by mill. The entire realm unfolding through careful words spoken in a quiet chamber. For William, this must have been deeply satisfying. Not because he loved paperwork. Though perhaps he appreciated efficient paperwork more than most warriors. Rather, because knowledge meant control. Control had been the great pursuit of his entire life. As a frightened child, he could control almost nothing. As Duke of Normandy, he struggled constantly against rebellious nobles. As King of England, he now possessed one of the most detailed records any medieval ruler had ever commissioned. His kingdom had become measurable. And what could be measured could usually be governed. Yet there is another way to think about the Domesday Book. Imagine the anonymous scribes. Day after day. Month after month. Their hands stained with ink. Their backs aching from long hours over wooden desks. They likely had little sense that they were creating one of the greatest historical documents in Europe. To them, it was work. Important work. But still work. How often history depends upon people who never expected to become part of it. Without those patient clerks, we would know remarkably little about 11th century England. The conqueror receives the glory. The scribe quietly preserves the world. Outside the royal halls, England continued changing. Children born after Hastings had reached adulthood. Many spoke English with borrowed French words woven naturally into everyday conversation. Norman castles, once fresh timber smelling of newly cut oak, were increasingly rebuilt in stone. Markets bustled. Churches expanded. Trade flourished. The conquest had ceased feeling temporary. It had become reality. An entire generation had grown up knowing no other king than William. For them, the Old England survived only in stories told by grandparents beside winter fires. William, however, was no longer young. The Domesday Survey represented the confidence of a mature ruler. It also reflected something else: awareness. No king lives forever. The careful accounting of England would help his successors as much as himself. Perhaps William sensed time shortening. Old injuries lingered. Long rides became more tiring. The man who had crossed the Channel at nearly 40 years old now approached 60. Remarkable by medieval standards, his greatest victories lay behind him. One final chapter remained ahead. Not another conquest. Not another rebellion. But the quiet, inevitable meeting that awaits every emperor, every peasant, every knight, and every king. The meeting from which no crown grants exemption. Death had followed William throughout his extraordinary life. Soon, it would finally ask him to stop running. The final ride, William the Conqueror's last campaign and death. For nearly 60 years, William had lived as though motion itself could defeat fate. Whenever enemies gathered, he marched. Whenever rebellion appeared, he rode toward it. Whenever a kingdom seemed beyond his reach, he crossed the sea. His life had been measured not in birthdays, but in campaigns. One journey after another. One battlefield after another. One castle after another. It is strangely fitting, then, that the final chapter of his life would also begin on horseback. Age arrives quietly. It does not usually announce itself with dramatic fanfare. Instead, a knee stiffens on cold mornings. An old sword wound aches before rain. Mounting a horse requires just a little more effort than it once did. The face reflected in polished metal begins looking suspiciously like one's father. William had survived childhood assassins, civil war, the Battle of Hastings, the rebellion of Norman barons, the invasion of England, the harrying of the North, dozens of sieges, countless political conspiracies. Yet none of those victories could negotiate with time. Time never accepts surrender, nor does it offer one. Imagine William in the late summer of 1087. His beard has grown noticeably gray. The broad shoulders that once carried him tirelessly through armor now seem heavier. Not weaker, simply older. He still commands immediate respect when entering a room. Conversation still stops. Experienced soldiers still straighten instinctively. But those who have known him longest notice small differences. He pauses before climbing stairs. He spends longer studying maps than riding across them. He delegates slightly more. Only slightly. Because William trusted delegation about as much as he trusted unexpected compliments. Which is to say, not very much. His kingdom remained secure. England, though never entirely peaceful, no longer teetered constantly upon the edge of collapse. Normandy also remained under his control. Yet peace, real peace, continued avoiding him. Across the border in France, tensions simmered once more. King Philip I of France had never felt entirely comfortable watching his powerful Norman neighbor become King of England. William's influence stretched across the Channel like a bridge of ambition. French kings understandably found that unsettling. The balance of power had shifted. No monarch enjoys seeing a vassal become nearly his equal. The immediate cause of William's final campaign seems almost absurd. History occasionally possesses a wonderfully dry sense of irony. According to several chroniclers, King Philip mocked William's growing weight. He supposedly joked that the English king had become so large he resembled a pregnant woman preparing to give birth. Whether Philip actually said those exact words, no one can know. But medieval chroniclers loved sharp insults. And William, whatever else may be said about him, did not appreciate being mocked. Especially not publicly. Imagine spending decades conquering kingdoms, only to become the subject of jokes about your waistline. Some insults cut more deeply than swords. William responded in the manner he considered most appropriate. He gathered an army. Diplomacy had its place. So did military demonstrations. The target became the French town of Mantes, situated along the frontier between Normandy and the French king's territory. It was a prosperous place, busy with merchants, surrounded by fertile farmland. The citizens likely expected another tense political season. Few probably imagined they were about to receive the full attention of William the Conqueror. The Norman army crossed into French territory. Imagine the familiar rhythm. Boots crunching over dusty roads. Horse harnesses jingling softly. Wagons creaking beneath supplies. Banner after banner lifting in the warm breeze. Many soldiers marching beside William had served him for decades. Some had crossed to England in 1066. Others remembered campaigns even earlier. Their commander had grown older. So had they. Yet when William rode past, they still saw the same determined duke who refused to accept defeat. Leaders sometimes become symbols long before they become legends. Mantes fell quickly. The town was plundered. Buildings burned. Flames climbed into the late summer sky. Smoke rolled across the countryside in thick black clouds. It was a familiar medieval tragedy. Civilians fled carrying whatever possessions they could gather in desperate moments. Animals ran loose through burning streets. Church bells rang wildly. The smell of smoke mixed with fresh cut timber and collapsing roofs. War remained war, even after 20 years upon a throne. Then, everything changed. Accounts differ slightly. Some describe William's horse stumbling over burning rubble. Others suggest the animal suddenly lurched while crossing uneven ground. Whatever the precise cause, the saddle's high wooden front slammed violently into William's abdomen. Imagine the force. A powerful warhorse weighing well over 1,000 pounds, moving unexpectedly. Its rider thrown hard against rigid wood. The injury proved severe. At first, perhaps it seemed manageable. Kings do not generally announce weakness in front of armies. William likely attempted to continue. Pain, however, possesses remarkable honesty. It ignores crowns. The army withdrew. William could no longer campaign effectively. He was carried toward Rouen, eventually reaching the monastery of Saint Gervais just outside the city. The journey must have been agonizing. Every bump in the road, every movement of the wagon, every attempt to breathe deeply. Internal injuries in the 11th century rarely offered happy endings. There were no surgeons capable of repairing damaged organs. No antibiotics. No modern pain relief. Only rest. Prayer. Hope. Sometimes, hope proved insufficient. Imagine the monastery. Stone walls cooling rapidly as autumn approached. Quiet cloisters echoing with the footsteps of monks. Gardens carefully tended despite the approaching harvest. The smell of herbs drifting through open windows. Inside one chamber, the most powerful man in England and Normandy lay confined to bed. How strange that must have seemed. This was a man rarely still. Now, he could scarcely move. The horse that had carried him through countless victories had delivered him to mortality instead. Words spread quickly. Nobles arrived. Clergy gathered. Messengers rode continuously between England and Normandy. Questions emerged almost immediately. Who would inherit England? Who would inherit Normandy? William had several sons. Unfortunately, like many royal brothers throughout history, they did not always enjoy one another's company. His eldest surviving son, Robert Curthose, expected Normandy. William Rufus, another son, had demonstrated considerable political ability. The youngest, Henry, possessed intelligence and ambition but no kingdom of his own. Family conversations inside medieval royal households rarely remained entirely peaceful. William, confined to his bed, had time for something unusual. Reflection. Perhaps for the first time in decades. Imagine lying awake late at night. The monastery has grown silent. Only distant chanting from monks interrupts the darkness. You have conquered kingdoms, built castles, commissioned surveys, changed the course of English history forever. What occupies your thoughts? Victories? Failures? Childhood memories? The father you barely knew? The mother who fought so fiercely to protect you? Harold? Edward? The men who died following your banners? No chronicler can truly answer. The silence surrounding dying kings often conceals more than it reveals. Several writers describe William making acts of charity during his final days. He confessed sins, ordered debts settled, freed certain prisoners, distributed gifts to churches and monasteries. Whether motivated by sincere piety, fear of divine judgment, or simply medieval custom, such actions reflected the spiritual world he inhabited. Death, to medieval Christians, was not an ending. It was an examination. And few examinations inspired greater seriousness. One reported conversation feels especially revealing. William supposedly acknowledged the violence of his reign. He admitted that he had claimed England through war, that many had suffered because of his ambition. He did not deny responsibility. Neither did he entirely apologize for it. The conqueror remained the conqueror until the end. History often demands impossible choices. William believed he had made the necessary ones. Whether history agrees remains an open question. As September approached, his condition worsened. Fever increased. Pain became constant. The great king who had once ridden fearlessly into battle now struggled simply to breathe. Outside, harvest fields turned golden beneath the fading summer sun. Farmers gathered grain. Children chased one another between stacks of hay. The ordinary world continued exactly as it always had. Nature possesses remarkable indifference toward human greatness. The seasons change for kings and shepherds alike. On the morning of September 9, 1087, William died. He was approximately 59 years old. By medieval standards, a long life. By modern standards, still surprisingly brief for someone who had transformed an entire nation. The frightened illegitimate child of Falaise, the Duke of Normandy, the victor of Hastings, the King of England, had reached the one frontier no army could cross. His final campaign was over. For a few quiet moments, the room must have felt strangely empty. No commands, no strategy, no determination capable of altering what had happened. Only silence. The monks prayed. Candles flickered gently. Outside, the wind moved through Normandy's trees exactly as it had on the day William was born. Empires rise. Kingdoms change. Languages evolve. Yet the wind remains wonderfully unconcerned. William's death, however, did not bring immediate dignity. In one final twist worthy of medieval history, Even the funeral would descend into unexpected chaos. The man who had spent a lifetime imposing order upon kingdoms could not entirely control what happened to his own body. And in that strange, almost painfully human ending, William the Conqueror would leave history much as he entered it, surrounded by ambition, conflict, and the unpredictable nature of the world. The funeral of a conqueror, William's final humiliation and enduring legacy. There is an old truth that history whispers again and again. No matter how magnificent the crown, eventually, someone else must carry the coffin. For nearly 60 years, William had commanded armies. He had ordered castles built. He had decided who received land and who lost it. He had changed the fate of England more profoundly than perhaps any ruler since the Romans. Yet on the morning after his death, he could issue no more commands. The king had become a body. And medieval Europe, for all its ceremonies and grandeur, possessed an uncomfortable habit of reminding even the greatest rulers that death strips away titles remarkably quickly. Imagine the monastery of St. Gervais. Morning sunlight filters softly through narrow stone windows. The chanting of monks echoes gently through the corridors. Candles still burn beside William's bed. The room smells faintly of incense, wax, damp stone, and death. Outside, messengers ride urgently in every direction. Inside, something rather unexpected begins happening. People leave. Not everyone, but enough. Servants quietly gather possessions. Officials begin considering their futures. Knights wonder which prince they should now support. Loyalty to a dead king rarely pays wages. The practical realities of medieval politics return almost immediately. William's household, once among the grandest in Europe, slowly dissolved around him. There is something almost heartbreaking about that. For decades, thousands had hurried whenever William spoke. Now, silence answered instead. History often celebrates loyalty. Reality reminds us that loyalty frequently has limits, especially after funerals. One Norman chronicler described servants slipping away with royal possessions. Weapons disappeared. Furniture vanished. Fine clothing found new owners. The palace of power emptied itself surprisingly quickly. The king who had once owned half of England no longer possessed even the room in which he lay. Death is remarkably efficient at redistributing property. Eventually, the monks took responsibility. Not generals. Not princes. Not wealthy nobles. Monks. They washed William's body according to Christian custom. Imagine the careful dignity of the task. Warm water. Clean linen. Quiet prayers spoken in Latin. The same hands that copied manuscripts and tended monastery gardens now prepared one of Europe's greatest rulers for burial. Outside, the world debated inheritance. Inside, the monks simply performed an act of mercy. History often survives because ordinary people continue doing necessary work while extraordinary people argue. William had requested burial at the Abbey of Saint Etienne in Caen, the monastery he himself had founded decades earlier. It seemed appropriate. Kings often sought eternal rest in places they had helped create. His body therefore began one final journey. Not upon a warhorse, not surrounded by charging knights, but carried slowly toward the church where he hoped to await the last judgment. Imagine the procession. Autumn had begun settling across Normandy. The air carried the scent of damp leaves and distant wood smoke. Church bells rang as the funeral cortege passed through villages. Some people knelt. Others simply watched in silence. Children stared curiously at the passing coffin. Perhaps they knew they were seeing a king. Perhaps they only saw another funeral. History often appears ordinary to those living through it. Meanwhile, William's sons were already thinking about succession. Robert Curthose inherited Normandy. William Rufus received England. Henry, the youngest, received money. Approximately £5,000, an enormous sum for the time. Though one imagines Henry may have looked at his brother's kingdoms with at least a little envy. History, as it turns out, had not finished with Henry. But that story belongs to another night. The funeral reached Caen. St. Etienne Abbey stood proudly above the surrounding town. Its great Romanesque towers rose toward the grey Norman sky. Imagine entering that magnificent church. Stone columns disappearing upward into shadow. Candles illuminating carved arches. The scent of incense drifting slowly beneath the vaulted ceiling. Monks chanting ancient prayers whose melodies had echoed across Europe for centuries. Everything appeared ready. Orderly. Dignified. Appropriate for a conqueror. Naturally, history had other ideas. As the funeral service began, a man suddenly stepped forward. Not a noble. Not a bishop. An ordinary citizen. His name was Asselin. Imagine the shock inside the church. The chanting stops. Heads turn. The stranger raises his voice. He makes an extraordinary claim. The land upon which the abbey stood belonged to his family. William, he declared, had seized it unlawfully years earlier. The church itself had been built upon stolen property. Therefore, the burial could not proceed until justice had been done. Imagine interrupting the funeral of William the Conqueror. It required either astonishing courage or astonishing confidence. Perhaps both. The accusation could not simply be ignored. Medieval society took property rights surprisingly seriously, especially when supported by witnesses. An investigation followed. Right there. During the funeral, one imagines William, had he still been alive, would have admired the man's determination, or possibly ordered his immediate arrest. Instead, negotiations began. Eventually, compensation was paid to Asselin. Only then did the funeral continue. Even in death, William found himself settling land disputes. Some habits proved remarkably persistent. Then came the most infamous moment. One so startling that many later writers struggled to describe it delicately. William had grown considerably larger during his later years. The stone sarcophagus prepared for him was too small. Perhaps measurements had been inaccurate. Perhaps swelling after death had altered the body. Whatever the reason, when attendants attempted to place him inside, he would not fit. Imagine the growing discomfort inside the church. Priests whisper urgently. Nobles avoid eye contact. Workers attempt gentle adjustments. Nothing works. Finally, someone suggests applying greater pressure. History occasionally reaches moments where dignity quietly excuses itself and leaves. As attendants force the body into the stone coffin, the remains ruptured. Contemporary chroniclers describe the event with uncomfortable honesty. The church filled with an overwhelming odor. Those present recoiled. Several hurried away. The solemn ceremony descended into confusion and embarrassment. The greatest conqueror of the 11th century, the man who had defeated Harold at Hastings, who had reshaped England forever, received one of the most awkward funerals in medieval history. There is something strangely profound about that. Death refuses to cooperate with human pride. No amount of victory can negotiate with nature. Eventually, the burial concluded. The stone lid closed. The prayers finished. The mourners departed. William finally rested beneath the abbey he had founded. Or so it seemed. Centuries later, his tomb would be disturbed repeatedly. Wars, religious conflict, the French Revolution. Time itself proved almost as relentless as William had once been. Today, only part of his remains are believed to survive beneath a simple marker. Empires often leave fewer traces than we expect. And yet, William's true monument was never his tomb. It was England itself. Imagine standing upon a hill somewhere in southern England today. Below you lies a village whose street plan still follows medieval boundaries. Nearby stands a Norman church. Beyond it rises the square keep of a castle first ordered by William. The local place names mix Old English, Norse, and Norman French. The legal traditions trace part of their ancestry to his reign. Even the language spoken by millions around the world still carries the echoes of his conquest. Words like court, justice, crown, parliament, government. So many entered English through the Norman world William helped create. Every conversation in modern English quietly carries fragments of 1066. Was William a hero? To the Normans? Often yes. Was he a tyrant? To many English families living through the Conquest? Undoubtedly. Was he a brilliant military commander? Almost certainly. Was he ruthless? Beyond question. History rarely offers us people who fit comfortably into simple categories. William built. William destroyed. He protected. He conquered. He rewarded loyalty. He punished resistance with terrifying severity. He created opportunities for thousands while taking everything from thousands more. He was, in every sense, a medieval king. Perhaps that is the greatest lesson of his life. The world is rarely changed by gentle people alone. Nor is it changed only by monsters. More often, it is transformed by complicated human beings whose ambitions exceed the boundaries of their own age. William never intended merely to survive. He intended to leave the world different from the one he inherited. He succeeded. At an immense cost. Now, the candles inside Saint Etienne burn lower. The voices of the monks grow softer. Outside, evening settles across Normandy. The same stars that watched William's birth now shine quietly above his grave. The wind moves through ancient oak trees. Somewhere in England, waves continue washing gently against the Sussex coast where his fleet first landed. The battlefield at Hastings has long since grown green again. Sheep graze peacefully where kings once gambled kingdoms. Children laugh where soldiers once shouted. Nature, patient as always, has covered old scars with grass. Yet beneath that peaceful landscape, history still sleeps, waiting for anyone willing to listen closely. And if you listen carefully enough, on a quiet autumn night, with the wind drifting across Senlac Hill, you might almost hear the distant sound of Norman horses climbing one last time toward an English shield wall. Then, only silence. The kind of silence that follows every great story. And perhaps, the kind that finally lets us sleep. End of documentary script. William the Conqueror, the bastard who conquered England. Full documentary for Sleep.